everybody. I'm going to call the regular city commission meeting of November 2nd to order. Madam Clerk, may we call the roll?
Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Herman Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present. Commissioner
Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes.
Here. And the moment of silence, invocation will be led by Commissioner Stokes.
We gather here today intent on doing good work. We seek to represent fairly and well those who have given us this task.
Thank you. And now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Vice Mayor Herman Robinson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now with the agenda, do we have, from Madam Clerk, do we have any agenda deletions, additions, or reordering?
We do, Madam Mayor. We have 6 items that were added to the agenda, which were sent out and posted on the website. We have new business G, consideration of city manager agreement with Carmen Davis. New business H, ordinance 2021-20, setting term limits of 2 terms for a ballot question. New business I, ordinance number 2021-21, another ballot question, allowing a candidate to concede without forcing a runoff. New business J, ordinance 2021-22, changing to single member district voting with the mayor at large. New business K, excuse me, K, ordinance 2021-23, changing the stipulation regarding the number of votes needed for a candidate to be duly elected. And new business L, ordinance number 2021-24, regarding the filling of commission vacancies.
Thank you. Does anyone else have an agenda reordering, pulling anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do. I would like to request from my colleagues that we pull item A from the consent agenda for discussion.
Okay. Anything else?
Do we still have item F, new business on? And the reason I ask, that's discussion regarding next steps for city's oceanfront park.
Right.
And my understanding is that on November 8th, in 6 days or 7 days, whatever that is, we are discussing city's beach next steps, which sounds quite similar.
It does.
Could we do one or the other? And I would propose the workshop.
Well, here's my response to that, and I'm glad you asked. Good question.
I'm just confused, that's all.
That's okay. I'll help you out. On the 8th, we have the workshop about, the next steps. At that workshop, we're not going to, we generally don't have public comment. So the thought was to keep it on the agenda tonight, just not for us to discuss it, but I've been telling folks, come submit your stuff for the 2nd, so that we do have, before we go to the 8th, we do have some idea of what the current, feeling is from people. We will have at least, I'm sure, one public meeting at the even though we've had many charrettes and meetings about this, I think the public deserves one more meeting about the pool. But I think that will be, soon, but not, that's for us to decide, I guess, on Monday. So that's why. That's the only reason.
I'm not, this is out of my full knowledge, but I know that, or I seem to recall that we sometimes have chosen to allow public comment at workshops.
We have at times, but
Is that a possibility? The reason I ask is that I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect, since I have not had a lot of questions about the pool, other than, hey, is the pool on tonight? And I said, I'm not quite sure.
right.
I'm not sure that the public is understood that distinction. And maybe we might want to let the workshop include public comment. I don't know.
Commissioner Robinson, Vice Mayor Robinson, what have you got to say about that?
Well, I would like, the item is the last on our agenda, and I want to make sure that the public has every bit of information they need to participate in the 8th. And if, Mayor, if you're suggesting that they do it by writing only, and that we have it as public information to share amongst ourselves and the public, before the 8th? You know, I don't
Really
know
say-
if
I don't
you want
really-
to talk about this now or 10
I didn't-
o'clock
I
tonight.
didn't say that, but I think you've got a really good point. I agree with you, and I hear what you're saying as well. So, I mean, we could allow public comment on Monday. Personally, I was just kind of thinking, this will be the one chance for us to just talk without everything, and we will have more public opportunities to speak. So just, it was just really just it's not just kind of a thought, not a solid decision, but it just kind of, we have so little time. And our meetings, we've heard a lot of comments about our meetings going long. So I was thinking, let's us just concentrate on ourselves for Monday and get the comments either tonight or at a time where, you know, there'll be plenty of opportunities for public comment. So what's everyone's pleasure? It's up to you. I don't care.
Were you asking to move it up?
Well, if we're going to take it off, I want to make sure that the public knows what we're going to be doing on the 8th with the public interest. And
That's up to
I
you.
only took the 8th to go, we had already talked about we're not designing the pool on the 8th. We're
Right.
talking about what we want and what we don't want.
Yeah, okay, so you tell me what you want to do. It's up to everybody.
Can
Yep.
we move it up so that the people who are here or
Right.
waiting can make their public comments? You can listen
Sure.
to it. We're not gonna go into a long in-depth conversation about it. That's gonna happen on the 8th. Is that what you're thinking, or did you want to keep it at item F?
I think that's a good idea because it's a long meeting, otherwise to sit and wait. So do you want to reorder the public comment to, so there we go, two things. Move it up, and are we going to allow, let's take a little consensus about, do we want to have public comment on Monday? Anybody that wants to have public comment on Monday, raise your hand. Okay, so we'll have public comment on Monday. So
Okay.
bring your toothbrush. Okay.
And do we want to go ahead, the suggestion of moving it up
Sure.
seems reasonable for
Sure.
tonight,
Right.
if anybody is here.
Um, Why, let's just, new business, we can make that new business, because I have something that I want to also talk about. I want to pull new business item A and postpone it or table it. I'm not exactly sure which is the correct. I have gotten lots and lots of public comments, pro and con, about the Blue Trail Parkway.
Yeah.
I think there are some of the comments that I've gotten are serious questions that I think if we just go forward, sort of, if we go forward tonight on the resolution, it's kind of like, let's go forward. Now we're moving in that direction. And I really think that, you know, one of my questions that I keep asking is what's in it for Lake Worth? And there's a number of other considerations. So again, it's a vote. If you want to go forward with it, fine, but I'd like to pull it and make it,
I would support your suggestion of pulling that one.
Yeah, we're talking about a major,
right.
potential major change to one of like the only parks in my district. And I really want to hear from people that live on the canal, but people that live within the whole district, and that's their park. We
Yeah.
don't have anything else. And I don't feel comfortable taking a vote on it. I wasn't planning on it anyways. Whether we keep it open and then decide to bring it back later, I was not comfortable. moving
Okay.
forward tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's some valid concerns. Commissioner,
I'm in favor of taking it off tonight, but not tabling it. You know, we have to have a conversation. It's moving forward with or without us, so we
Right.
need to be at the table. So
Oh, yeah, I don't see-
table it for 6 months, but taking it off tonight, off the agenda, I think would be great.
Not
because
bad.
I too have received the pro, the con, the pros.
been lots and lots and lots,
You
and
know where
very,
you're going,
and
Ellie.
very valid points on both sides.
Well, and the feasibility study is
Is here.
quite
Yeah.
detailed.
Yeah, it is. Commissioner Robinson, what's your pleasure?
When are we going to be talking about it again?
Well, how long do you think we need to really address some of these questions? Because I've been given a very long list. I've thought about it. I've met with people and conceptually, yeah, but the nuts and bolts of it are
But I would
concerning.
say that this is a project that's been around for a long time, that
Yeah.
there's been efforts to raise money for the Blue Way Trail, not Blue Ridge Trail.
Right.
I don't think that has actually resulted in any money. So I don't see an urgency to move on it. I do think it's something that affects Lake Worth a lot,
Mhm.
the park, the only park in that district. So I would not suggest that we be in any hurry. I think let's start, and one possibility is to have the, what do we call it, the C-51 advisory board look into some of
We
those questions.
disbanded them last week.
What's that? Oh, they no longer exist?
That's correct. That's,
I guess that's right. Well, we could rev them back up and have them, go through the pros and cons.
well, yeah,
Or we do it ourselves, either way.
Yeah.
There's clearly is a lot of information. There are strong feelings. There are big issues involved. So I would not rush it.
okay. So 90 days?
Sounds fine.
I just want to say that there is funding that's coming down from the state with late, and that is happening in the next 60 to 90 days.
Well,
So I wouldn't want us to put it off too long because I would hate for us to be at the dinner table when dessert's being served.
okay.
When it comes to, I mean, if we are going to do anything as far as funding goes, I mean, maybe we could put it up to December 1st. That gives us a month.
I was gonna say after the holidays, we
Yeah.
have the
More
cost of
dependent.
fuel is going up. We have a lot of issues in our city right now that we need to focus
Right.
on.
Right.
And when we first got elected, it was, you hurry up, approve, rush these
Right, right,
decisions
right.
through.
Now
We
we're
don't need
taking
to do
some-
that anymore.
Mhm.
And this has been around. a
Okay,
bit
but one of the biggest conversations is where are we going to get funding? And legislature's meeting soon in regards
But
to
there's-
funding,
So it might not-
But there's, it's not just legislative money that they're looking
looking for federal money.
for. Okay, so,
Okay.
I would say after the holiday sounds reasonable.
yeah, I was February. First meeting in February. Or have a workshop, or have a workshop on it. Maybe we should have a workshop on it.
It sounds.
All right, so let's have a workshop. We love a good workshop.
Yes.
And I think that's fair because people are very interested pros and cons. So we're going to take it off tonight and schedule a workshop in the next, at some point when we don't have any other workshops scheduled for that week. I leave it up to our fine staff to figure that one out.
When if we're going to do a workshop, we should wait till after the election. So whoever's sitting up here is part of that workshop because they're going to have a 3-year term.
Well, that's March.
That's only
I
one.
mean, I don't,
I mean, do we have to decide tonight?
no, I don't think we do. All right, so just want to remove it tonight.
Move it tonight, place the,
The Oceanfront Park, make it A.
yes, yeah, correct.
We are excited because we're gonna start our pre-agenda, our agenda setting meeting. So this sounds like a perfect thing to discuss there,
Exactly.
so we don't hold up
Mhm.
regular business.
Exactly. We're gonna, and those are gonna be open to the public. We're starting pre-agenda meetings, 10 o'clock on Wednesday mornings. They'll be on Zoom. It's a chance for us to talk about this thing so that we don't have to talk about it with you all waiting. You can, and you can always watch it on YouTube because it's so fascinating. Commissioner Robinson, Vice Mayor Robinson.
Under consent, is it my understanding that we're going to have a workshop or an agenda item to talk about board appointments?
Well, this was a specific one. We had talked already about doing it a different way, starting in January, for whatever reason we picked January. I would prefer, I have a couple, at least one appointment that I'm not doing until January because I feel so strongly about how we're doing it.
So it's my understanding that our appointment tonight then will meet for one meeting or two meetings.
I think
We pulled it.
that. We're
We
gonna
pulled it.
discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, because we can't, once something's on a board, you can't remove them. The rules permanent. So, Madam Clerk. Well, let's vote. Do I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
Motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so just so we're all on the same page, we've pulled consent A. We have pulled new business A. We have made new business F, which is the Oceanfront Park, new business A. And
Where's consent agenda A going to?
it can go, oh, it would become new business.
I'm
one.
sorry, was it reordered or deleted?
What?
New consent agenda A regarding the CRA appointment?
Moved. I think that you told me.
Oh, so it will be new business M as in Mary.
Yep,
And
So-
actually, new business F will be B because we're not really deleting A.
okay, you're just gonna guide me
Saying
through
it's
that,
deleted,
aren't you?
but
Okay, I'm a little confused, but Madam Clerk will keep me straight.
With all due respect,
I will.
The person who's being nominated or that I've appointed
Uh-huh.
for the CRA is in the room here
Uh-huh.
to give her 3 minutes, and I don't think it's fair for her to have to wait until the end of new business
Okay,
to state why I, when she's my appointee,
Uh-huh.
have chosen her.
all right.
So I would not like her to have to sit here until 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, so we can move that then. Number A, well, that is number A. It's,
Why don't we move it to B? I think, although I didn't quite understand the city clerk, I think the Oceanfront Park, we were going to move to A because there may be a fair number of people here for that. So it seemed like one could move consent item A to new business B. To accommodate that concern. that-
Can't we just pull it and talk about it at the time? Move it. Couldn't we just approve the consent agenda as amended and just talk about the, after the consent agenda is passed, just go to consent agenda A and discuss it then?
Before the public hearings?
Yeah,
Are we allowed to do that?
I don't know. Are we allowed to do that?
It's your meeting.
Our attorney says yes. So, and I agree with you. I don't want her to wait
That
either.
makes sense.
So, okay, so we're pulling A from the consent agenda, but we're going to talk about it right after we approve the consent agenda.
So then we have to revote on her appointment.
Right. Okay, so we have an agenda and it's been approved.
Okay, so
Um,
just so I get it straight, new consent A will be discussed after consent before the public hearings.
Correct.
But the Oceanfront Park will be discussed as the first item under new business.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, here we go. Now we're under presentations. And we have a presentation regarding opportunities at the city's Oceanfront Park. And I think those folks are here.
Brought hard copies and electronic.
Okay, thank you.
Can we make sure that this is included with backup?
Madam Mayor. Before you open that, we don't usually allow thumb drives inserted to our system.
Oh.
We get them ahead of time and check
Oh, yeah.
cybersecurity. So can this be done without electronic presentation? Now, we can share, if it's obviously a public presentation, we can make sure it's put up on the website,
Right.
tomorrow under the agenda item.
Okay, that's fine.
I'd feel better that way.
We have had some, yeah.
We're a little touchy with external thumb drive showing.
Sensitive.
All right.
You would want to crash it. Okay, so thank you. So you, 10 minutes, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Mario Caprini. I'm the president of Capital Group B3 Developments. And I'm here with my partner, Ruben Bravo with Hensel Phelps. So we created a joint venture partnership, and Hensel Phelps is a $7 billion a year company with 3,800 employees. It's an employee-owned company, and we specialize in private-public partnerships, P3s. We're here today to just give you a brief explanation of how P3 projects can be useful to the city in any possible project. So your first page here is your typical P3 structure that I wanted to talk to you about, because many times we hear stories about P3s that are planned, they're voted on, they're accepted, and they never go anywhere. So I think it's important to understand the process, and that's really what I want to talk about, so that you understand the tools and the power that you have to get the jobs that you want done within the city. So the first one, forgive me, I have to put my glasses, is there are 4 basic approaches to a P3. There's unsolicited proposals that are sometimes appropriate, sometimes not as appropriate, depending on what the project will be. But do you mind if I take my mask off?
No.
It's fogging off my glasses.
It's
and I
terrible.
can't see. Then there's the invitation to negotiate, which is really basically qualifying the people that have shown interest in your project. Then there's request for qualification, which is more even at large, so that anybody who can try to qualify to propose on the project. And then there's a traditional request for proposals on the RFP. So all 4 are effective. We obviously believe that some are more effective depending on the type of project you're trying to do. And it boils down to three approaches. So there's the government approach. When the government wants to do a project, you issue bonds. And that's probably the most economical way of doing anything. However, it's cumbersome. There's political capital, there's timing, there's a lot of things that get involved. And a lot of times the bonds that are issued might not meet the end product that gets approved. And then it gets into a loop and sometimes these projects die out the front. The second approach is a traditional developer approach where they finance their projects with 70% bank financing, 30% equity, or usually within those ratios. That's the most expensive way to finance a project. And then there's our approach. We basically get the money at the same price the government bonds get the money. We pay 0.5 point to 0.75 of a point more because we have to pay our finance team to raise the capital. And our funding capability is $600 million per project per year. And the minimum size is 5 million. So we can do a small project to help out, or we can do a large project. So basically our method or methodology is 100% funding. So any project that we will submit on, we bring 100% of the funding. There's no capital investment needed from the government. We guarantee the schedule, or if there's delay on schedule, the cost of those delays are ours. There are no cost overruns, and there are federal reports that show that the average government project has between 20 and 40% of cost overruns, and everybody hates those. So taking that out of the equation is important. And contrary to most developers will come here and come up with a great concept and tell you what you should be doing in your city, we don't believe that's the right approach. We believe that we come here, we have to listen to the people, we have to listen to the elected officials, we have to listen to the civil servants. And after we listen, then we use our skill set and our team and our approach to try to provide what you do need and what you do want. So I think that's a very important thing that's rarely done. Then our approach is using our financial mechanism of free and clear asset at the end of a master lease. So we provide 100% of the funding. We have a master lease with the city. We bring the subtenants to pay for it all, and we guarantee the outcome. So we find the tenants, we manage it, we do it all, so you don't have to do anything other than oversee it, approve it, give it the general direction it's supposed to go, and ultimately it's our job to deliver the goods. And by doing it this way, we have faster leasing and faster absorption rates because our capital stack is about 30% cheaper than the traditional development. So, you know, on the same exact building, if you use our method, the rents are going to be about 30% cheaper than any other identical developer using a regular capital stack. And that makes a big difference because you want your end users to be successful and you want to give the best chance of success. We also provide the leasing services. So we find all the tenants, we qualify them, and we also provide property management. So if there's a problem, it's not your problem. And a lot of P3 projects, after 2-3 years are completed, the developers are gone. We don't do that. We stay the long haul. So we'll manage the project until the end. And usually the ideal sweet spot for a city development is about 30 years of financing. The key elements always in any proposal that you will entertain, I always think that a lot of these points that we're listing here are extremely important because many times you're going to get very nice, good, well-intended developers that come here and say, we think we can do this and we think we can do that. I think the first thing that you need is the evidence of the ability of whoever's proposing to provide 100% of the funding for the total project cost at competitive rates. And that's difficult to do, and that's going to weed out your players so that ultimately you're going to get the best proposers for your projects. Then you want somebody with the experience and the track record of successfully completing P3s. So that's extremely important because a lot of people do great real estate development, but they don't necessarily know how to do and execute a P3. So we've completed $2.2 billion in P3s, and we have about $43 billion in design build experience, which is another form of P3. So, and then you need a team that has the ingenuity for product development, generating additional income sources, providing funding and subsidizing the government portion of the project to try to achieve a net zero. So I'm a strong proponent that whatever asset you have has to remain the city's asset. So we don't think that the proper way to approach a P3 is buying land from the city or even leasing land necessarily from the city. but it's to operate on behalf of the city and to be the end users and ultimately the people that pay for all of the costs. Then we have to provide property management for the duration of the master lease. So any problem come up, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years down the line, until the end of the master lease, could be up to 32 years, then we handle everything. We put the people on notice, we remove them, we replace them, and we make sure that the income stream keeps flowing. And then finally, we provide the evidence of financial strength. So a lot of people put great proposals, they assemble great teams, but there's no financial detail in all of our proposal, and we encourage you to do this. We provide 2 years of audited financial statements from, a multi-billion-dollar company. So when you get that will reassure you that we have the wherewithal to help you and to address any possible scenario or issue that can come up. So I think these are very important items that to consider in a P3. We look forward working with you on any project in your city, small or large, and we will be here to listen, to take guidance from the community, and to make sure that we deliver, if we get the opportunity, a project that will be a fantastic asset to the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Time and interest.
Any questions?
We don't, no, we don't do that on
No.
police stations.
First day on the job.
He hasn't been here long. Commissioner Lee has reports and comments. Let's start with Commissioner Maliga today.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see a packed house, isn't it?
I know, it's,
I love it. I'm gonna keep it kind of short. First, I want to thank Jessica Savage, Jerry, and Lauren for the submission on the Fusion Grant that we approved 2 weeks ago. That Fusion Grant was funding that we need for one of our park projects in District 1. The reason we were able to do that is because I sat on the board with the Department of Justice grant writers for 8 weeks discussing how we can make Lake Worth Beach better. And if you sat at the table for 8 weeks, you were allowed to submit a grant. So that grant was submitted. Jerry, Jessica, and Lauren followed through. And I just want to say thank you for when we find free money following through with it. Update, Guatemala Maya Center needs 300 turkeys. So anybody who wants to donate to a good cause, we need 300 turkeys for the Guatemala Maya Center. We had done a project a couple of years ago on a board that I sat on and did the feeding. So that's, if you want to help work on that, sir, Mr. McBoy, that's in your district. The fire department, Chief Geraldine, I saw her come in. I don't know if she's still here. Has reached out and request that the community drop by, say hi to the fire department, bring them some baked goods, and just really start loving on the fire department as your first responders. So please feel free to stop by, knock on the door, say hi. The 8U football team is in the playoffs. We have one more game and we're in the Super Bowl. Good job, kids. The Howard Park ribbon cutting was a huge success. We are happy to have the park open and everything from a futsal court to new playground equipment, including ADA playground equipment, which was important. Thank you to Palm Beach County, Parks and Rec, our streets team, Healthier Lake Worth Beach, and the Osborne community for being a voice and being there at the ribbon cutting. It was a great activity. I was also part of the Barton Elementary door decorating contest for the Hispanic Heritage Month. And holy cow, was that stressful. They were all amazing. They went above and beyond. Some of them had music, some had lights, some had music and lights. So I was very thankful to be able to be a judge of that. It was fun. Please mark your calendar as crime walks are back, thanks to Captain Bear. Wednesday, November 17th at 5 p.m. Please meet at Our Savior Lutheran Church, Royal Point Sienna neighborhood. It's going to have a crime watch. We've had a lot of crime to persons, so I'm really happy to see this happening. We have the same culprits coming into the community, and we're going to try to get vigilant. And please come out. We're going to have the mounted police, the ATVs, all kinds of fun stuff. I got.
thank you. Commissioner McBoy.
Thank you. Last week was Read for the Record, and Karim and I went to 5 classes at Highland Elementary, including several dual language Spanish English ones. I requested and we received permission. Thank you to Assistant Principal Francis Fry and Principal Elena Villani to bring a hands-on energy efficiency demo, which maybe I'll bring here someday. And the kids seem to love both the reading and the hands-on demo. Thank you, gracias to Rolando Chung and the Box Gallery for supporting collection of Christmas presents for children of political prisoners in Venezuela. We beat out almost the Miami portion of Foro Penal that has been doing this for a number of years. Those presidents are in Miami and on their way to Venezuela. Thank you and merci to Salusa Basquiat and for Diaspo TV for doing an interview to help Creole-speaking residents understand the progress that we're doing that's underway with our electric utility. And that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes.
I didn't bring my notes, but I do remember that Read for the Record was awesome as well. I was able to do North grade. Elementary school, the kids were super excited and my daughter was in one of the classes that got to watch me read, so that was super exciting. And then we did, I can't remember, we had a meeting every week. I can't remember what I've talked about, what I haven't. So we did have the trunk or treat at North grade, which was awesome because Commissioner McBoy brought his science table. But he actually got us in trouble because the line kept backing up because everybody just wanted to stop to play with all the science stuff. So we actually had to take him out of the rotation and move him aside. And I was like, oh no, are the kids even gonna know that he's here? But it's still
They found
drew so much. And now the principal or the guidance counselor at North grade wants him to come take over their STEM night, which I don't know that he's completely prepared to do. But we'll look into options to help them out there. And that's all the College Park had their blood drive at Schoolway Park, and it was really nice to see everybody enjoying that area. And get it out, enjoy the nice weather. And that's all get into that ribbon cutting. There's so much. I'll let us move on with the meeting.
It's a wonderful being in the city of Lake Worth Beach. Halloween time is always fun. The leisure services provided fantastic activities. NAPC is going to be doing a food thing in Bryant Park on the 14th. Congratulations to Dr. Tiffany Cox for another award for her enthusiasm. The Veterans Day Parade is this Saturday at 11 o'clock. What else? And reading at South Grade, the enthusiasm of South Grade students is infectious and really a wonderful thing. And I look forward to a generous season of giving and being thankful for what we do have and the blessings. So thank you.
Thank you. Kind of picking up on that, I also read for South Grade, and I actually read 2 books. I read the book that we all read, and then I read this really wonderful children's book about a dachshund that becomes a hero. It's the Halloweener. It's like my favorite book. So I got to read it again. The kids loved it. And it was great to see our kids, to really realize who we've got in these classrooms. It's just, I want to get them in here more and us out there more. Sarah and I are going up to Orlando tomorrow to the Florida League of Cities. There's a group of mayors meeting about different things and also talking about ARPA funds, talking about disaster, preparation, that sort of thing. I had the honor of being the celebrity guest performer at the Symphonic Band of the Palm Beaches the last 2 Saturday nights, playing my first musical performance of my life. And I don't play any instruments and I don't read music. So it was a bit of a challenge and it worked out great. It was a lot of fun.
What'd you play?
I played the Glockenspiel. Bing, bing. I can still remember my little part. And it was great. It was great. That Symphonic Band of the Palm Beaches, they play like standards, like, the opening of the spring, the 2001 opening, and then just really good stuff. And they're going to have a concert for the holidays as well. They do it at Duncan Theater and also at Palm Beach EC Theater. Last night we had our, I think, 4th wine with the mayor, and where I'm having them across the street from the post office is the Span Dog, Sugar Plum, and Grumpy Growler group. Great people. They let us use their space. We had about 12 people there last night. I'm trying to do that once a month, and it's a chance just to sit and, some people had issues that they were not happy with. We talked about them, and I kind of filled in people. It's a good way to just connect. One of the things that I feel very strongly about this commission is we are as accessible as we possibly can be. And I want to keep up that tradition. And so we're doing monthly wine with the mayor. Some would call it wine at the mayor, but no, that's not what we're talking about. Day of the Dead. The most incredible. I only got to see the very end of it. I want to thank the CRA and the city staff and whoever else put that together. It's a remarkable. It was just a wonderful thing. It was like, I was gonna go in the afternoon, but you couldn't get close to it. So figure out how to expand that next year. And I just thanks to everybody. Just once again, thanks to our amazing staff. You know, we work them hard and we don't pay them much, but we are very, very grateful to the work that they do. And that's all I have. So there we go. Next would be public participation of non-agenda items and consent agendas.
Can I
So,
just ask,
Sure.
real quick for Todd Townsend, because he wrote new business A, but I'm not sure if that was before or after we reordered
it's
everything.
probably the pool.
It's
It's the pool.
it's the pool. Okay, I just want to make sure that we know. Thank you.
Okay. I have, that's the pool. I have public comment, non-agenda items, I have non-agenda items, and I have kind of a non-agenda item. So let's start with Carla Blockson.
The reason that I came tonight is because I wanted to thank the Leisure Services Department. They have done a phenomenal job. Lauren and her people put on Trunk and Treat, and it was over 2,000 people at that
Wow.
event in Bryant Park last week. And the kids were so excited and so pleased to get whatever you could give them. You know, and I would have loved for us to expand it maybe next year. Then ABC can take it over and with Lauren and make sure that everybody has a different car. Because we didn't have enough cars and we
No.
actually bought $100 worth of candy and we ran out by 6:30, so we had to go back to the store. Because we had so many kids attending.
Oh, that's great.
Then also, they put on the haunted house at the Osborne Center the other week. And I went down there and it was so many kids, you could hardly get your chance in line to go through the haunted house because we had so many kids willing to participate. And the kids in that area did not have enough money or transportation to go to a lot of places for them to be entertained. So if we can take the recreation department to them, it is a wonderful thing. And I was at the ribbon cutting for Howard Park, and I want to thank Sarah, you know, to spearheading that, to make sure that the kids in that district has everything that they need every day. If you go down there at night, you'll see that the guys come in to play basketball, they bring their families, and it is just so many people. And it isn't a lot of, there's not any problems, there's nothing going on.
Mm.
You know, we just love it. Can I do it? Can I read it? They send you up here so I could read it. This wasn't part of my plans, so please don't use it towards my 2 minutes. Okay, Lauren's budget, she has about $60,000 for programs per year. Please extend her budget. She does a phenomenal job with a little bit of money and the staff is not paid well, but the service she brings are vital to our youth and vital to the people who live in this city. So I ask you to please increase that budget for over $60,000. And I missed some of the commissioners at the Howard Park dedication. I think that that's something that we really like for everyone to show up when we have things like that, because the people look for you and they notice when you're not there. Yeah,
And usually we're there unless there's a specific reason we can't be there.
I understand that. Okay, the plaque says, Betty, would you like to read it?
I have no idea what it is.
Oh, it's
I
from
hope,
the Recreation Department.
oh, I love
So
it. Thank you.
look,
Thank you.
Come from you.
Oh, this is
Thank
beautiful.
you.
This is wonderful because it expresses what we feel as well, Carla. This is to the Lake Worth Beach Recreation Team. Thank you for your support, commitment, loyalty, and outstanding leadership empowering our families. Forever grateful, Howard Park Community 2021. Thank you very much. I will get
Isn't Lauren here? I think Lauren's in the building.
Is Lauren in the building?
Go check.
It would be nice if.
I
she
want
could
to,
come up here and
echo what
Oh,
you,
okay.
s- our recreation department is phenomenal. They are setting up and pulling down and there she is.
There she is.
Carla, why don't you give this to Lauren? Because you brought it in. Come on back up. You're not shy. I know you.
Come on, kids, come on, come on,
Come on,
come on, kids, come give. Lauren
everybody
some
come
love.
up.
You know, all these kids came at the last minute. We told them that we were going to try and surprise Lauren and celebrate Lauren, and all of them came. Come on, guys.
Look at how much love you got. What?
And she actually knows these kids. It's not that she doesn't know them and they know her. I'm sorry.
No, you're
That's
good.
okay. There's the plaque.
Oh, thank you.
Let's get a picture. Kodak moment right there.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
That's
Thank you so
awesome.
much. Trudy, can you take one with Trudy?
Speech.
Oh, Trudy,
Yes.
yes.
Trudy's hiding.
Trudy is
She doesn't like to be in pictures.
Speech.
Miss Trudy, and you stay quiet. Miss Trudy has never been shy.
She doesn't like her picture taken.
I know. 1, 2, 3, there we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. She's not talking.
Right now.
That was
That's
very sweet.
awesome. Thank you guys
so
for
much.
showing that love. That's amazing.
That's great. Okay.
That's what keeps us all showing up.
I'm telling you. Okay. Now we have Portia Lowe. Now this is about Howard Park, non-agenda items, okay. Howard Park is on the agenda,
Okay,
but
I'm just
go ahead.
piggybacking off of
Sure.
Ms. Carla. I
Yep.
just wanted to say thank you so much to the Recreation Department. I also just wanted to say that it would be so awesome if they did have more funding because a lot of the kids in that neighborhood don't get to go anywhere. I used to have to transport them all the way to Wellington to do a lot of things like screen on the green and all that activity. So to be able to walk up the street is very convenient. They're very happy, they're very excited. They talked about the screen on the greens, the trumpet tree, the game night, the water park splash. Like they just are very excited about the things that are in that community and we really greatly appreciate everything that she's doing.
And we appreciate your community.
Thank you.
And I want to get, I think there's a really good point to make, to have a video, an oral history of the Osborne community. When I've sat in a couple of meetings down there about the wall and different things, it is so clear that that is a community. I hear people talk like, you know, my daddy had the laundromat and your daddy had the grocery store. That's got to be preserved. That's got to be preserved. So I'm kind of working, and I mentioned that the other day to Carla and to a few people about, let's get that underway, because I think it's just a wonderful, that's a treasure that we have that we need to focus on. That was Portia, and now we have Chris Schodenkopf.
Yeah, sure.
Trudikoff, come on in. And just give your address and take it away.
455 Northwest Fifth Avenue, Delray.
Okay,
Florida. I'm here for the homeless people of Palm Beach County. Last couple of days, the Lake Worth Sheriff's Department or the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department did selective profiling the homeless people around Lake Worth. And they've been hassled, their civil rights been violated and so on and so forth. And I'd just like to, to make it duly noted that, that they are being watched, they are being videoed, and, I just wanted to make it, to bring it to y'all's awareness. That's all I got.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have the consent agenda, which is going to be,
No approval of minutes,
well,
minutes,
oh, the minutes, the approval of the minutes. I always forget that. Do I have a motion?
motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have it all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Commissioner Shannon. Now we have the consent agenda, items B, C, and D. And D is more Howard Park improvements. So do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion approves unanimously. And now ratification of an appointment to the CRA by Commissioner Maliga, which has been pulled for discussion, and Commissioner McVoy, I believe you pulled it. Would you, let's talk about the discussion.
All right, we have a number of times since the election in March, talked about how we deal with boards. And I think all of us expressed a dissatisfaction with the procedure that had been in place for the last number of years. And wanted to move it to something that was more both open and democratic, something along the lines of what was done want to say about 10 years ago, I don't know the exact numbers, but where all of the commission met usually on a weekend day, I think. And anybody who was interested and had applied to positions could come. They would make a small presentation. We would all hear it together. We would hear whoever all was interested in a particular position, and then we would step back and think about it. And I believe we talked among ourselves. It's been a while, so I don't know the exact system. But I found that it was a scheme that let us see the talent that was in the community that was interested in a particular board. It let us all kind of put our heads together. And I think that's a much stronger way to build community involvement in our boards. Particularly, I think it's particularly important for the boards that do have actual more than advisory powers. They have actual legal powers, the CRA, the Planning and Zoning Historic Board. So my feeling is, I would say, let's move to that process. It's only a few months away. We've agreed to shift to that in January. And I would recommend that we do that in this case.
Anybody else?
Ma'am?
Commission, yep.
And I want to.
With all due respects, you didn't have anything to say on September 9th when Commissioner Stokes put her CRA appointment on. So here we are a month later, and because you, A, either don't like my appointment, or B, want to have more control on who goes on the board, now all of a sudden you have a problem a month later. So with all due respect, we agreed to January 1st. I did not say anything when Commissioner Stokes put somebody on the CRA board. It's her appointment. I didn't have this appointment scheduled. Somebody resigned because they are moving out of the state. I picked, and I went through every application, and I picked the person that I thought was the best candidate to fulfill this board. That is my job as an elected official. That's what I've been instructed to do by the people who've elected me. And I'm very confident in my decision on who my appointment is.
That's Commissioner Stokes.
So, I've done a lot of like looking into CRAs and things like that because people have expressed concern that this particular appointee does not live in the city. So I was like, let me look around. What do other local CRAs do? Do they allow this? Like, I wanted to figure out, like, you know, what's the norm? And what I found out was that West Palm Beach, which I already knew, but also Delray and also Blanton and also Boca, their CRA board is the commission.
But we're not.
They elect, I have two, like the commission plus 2 at-large seats that everybody votes on, but I think this board has more power than any of our other boards, the amount of money that they oversee in the budgeting process and what projects they choose to do. And I strongly urge us, we floated it here and there. We never actually like had it up for conversation, but I think we really need to consider strongly if we should be going towards that model where we are also the board of the CRA. We've talked a lot about how hard like all the struggles we've had in the past, making sure that the city and the CRA are on the same page. And we're spending a lot of money in counseling, as Commissioner Robbins would say, to correct that. And we've heard a lot of, even campaigning, I've heard a lot of concern that the CRA doesn't seem to be as accountable because the board members were not elected, we were. And this new system was created, I saw, you know, in the original formation of our CRA, the way I was reading the language was that the 7 members were going to be appointed by the whole commission the whole time. That changed, I think, with probably the last commission. And then on top of that, they made it very strange to where the mayor got to pick 2 of the 7 appointees and the vice mayor got to pick 2 of the 7 appointees. Now you have 2 elected officials appointing the majority of a board that oversees a lot of development and money in the city. I think the whole thing has a history of being kind of whack. I'm not trying to make this appointee here a controversial issue, but just the fact that we're getting public comments and it is a controversial issue for some makes it seem to me that we should really consider bringing it back in-house strongly. I'm completely for it. I know that's not on the item today,
Right, okay.
but I just wanted to.
And I mean, it does beg, because I have the same feeling, but I have one that I haven't done because I'm waiting for January. Because I just think it's more fair. But I think it would, Commissioner Malanga's question is a fair one, that you brought somebody to the CRA, you know, I mean, you did it.
And if we bring this back into, if we become the board, my appointee who's only served 1 meeting Well, I will have to let her know. I'm sorry. Thank you for your service. I appreciate your willingness to serve, but we've decided to go in a different direction.
Okay, that is a very clearly a different,
Right.
it's a big decision, okay? And I don't know if everyone's ready to take on
No,
being the
I'm not.
CRA. I don't think I would support it because we just are pretty busy right now. But I also think, and this is a little bit off topic and I apologize for that, but I just want to take the opportunity.
Well,
You know, as a liaison, I've been working, you know, more closely with the CRA than I ever had been. And I think instead of us, and again, this is not the conversation that we started to have, but we need to align we need to get with the CRA and align, you know, if we're not going to become the CRA, we need to communicate with them and one of the things about the CRA that I have spoken with them and they seem to be, you know, and all of us are talking about affordable housing and, you know, reaching out to the different communities. And, you know, we have the big projects going up now and that's great. They're bringing people in, but I think the time has come for the CRA to kind of shift their focus a little bit. I'm not, you know, so, you know, I have some issues with, although I respect her, you know, highly, I do have some issues with, this material and that process, but that's just neither here nor there right now. Commissioner Robbins, Vice Mayor Robbins.
yeah, this isn't about who's appointing or who's being appointed. In fact, when you were first elected, we talked about changing all the boards and the approach to how they were appointed. So I'm sorry that we're getting down to, you know, he said, she said, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I understand.
Bigger.
But Commissioner Robinson also put somebody on the CRA board the month
I
before.
understand that.
Absolutely.
So now that it's my turn, you guys are like, no, absolutely not.
The clock was ticking.
And the clock is ticking now.
And there were decisions being made. And
They still are.
Well, I'm not sure what kind of decisions are going to be made. I'm disappointed that we're having this conversation
So am I didn't ask someone to resign.
about the bigger picture of who is
Yeah.
operating with
Right,
a
so-
budget like that.
Commissioner McBoy. And then we're gonna, I think that's enough conversation.
But Ms. Material's here too. She'd like to have, I don't know if she has to fill out a comment card, but she wanted to have
Sure.
a moment to speak.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it, Madam Mayor. I'm hearing a number of things. I certainly hear Commissioner Maliga's concern. Well, if you did A, then you ought to do B. I understand that. I think what perhaps is lost in that discussion is all of us who campaigned, and that was 4 of us quite recently, heard very frequently from the community concerns about the CRA, concerns about development. I heard from any number of people that once we were elected, they in the community would ask that we simply ask for the resignations of the CRA members and ask people to reapply and anybody else who was, because there was a feeling it needs a change of course. It is not an elected board. We are elected and we're given a mandate to do things differently. I think moving to the process that we talked about pretty early on, that we will, I guess, take up in January, would be a step in that direction. I think that the idea of asking for the resignations and simply starting over, which might include some of the same people reapplying and getting reappointed, but through a different, better process. I think that's the more important eye on the ball. What were we elected to do in this community? To respond to the community, to set a direction that seemed to be more in line with what we heard from them.
Thank you.
So I am not comfortable voting in favor of this, and I would not.
Well, I mean, I have to, whatever thoughts I may have, and we'll hear from this material. Whatever thoughts I have about the appointment itself, I do agree with Commissioner Maliga that, you know, where was this argument when Commissioner Robinson and Commissioner Stokes put that on? I don't want to beat this conversation to death, really, but I understand, you know, your frustration, your anger.
Well, and it's not even just frustration, Madam Mayor. It's the point that I did my due diligence. I didn't just close my eyes and throw a dart.
Right, no one's
Hey,
questioning
Ms.
that.
Material has integrity.
That's how we make appointments.
All right,
That's
okay.
all.
All right, let's,
Due diligence.
let's,
No, I'm
Let's not
saying,
go back and
I'm saying for
forth.
this person, I did my due diligence. Ms. Materio has been part of this community for over 30 years. She recently sold the building and then bought another one right down the street. She's invested in this city. She's given to this city. She has supported this city. She has voted against development in another major city that she was part of. I am a little, I'm not gonna say personally offended, but I'm gonna say personally offended at the fact that Mr. Robinson can appoint somebody.
I agree,
anonymous. And
I agree with you.
and I went along with everybody. I never questioned anyone's appointment. That was their position.
And for that reason, I agree with you. If there was gonna be, you know, if at the very beginning, when I don't know if it was Robinson or Stokes who put somebody on, it should have been raised at that time. You did it, Commissioner Stokes did it. I have not, I've chosen not to. So I don't think it's fair to say now, you know, for Commissioner Malega, it's a different story. I don't disagree with, but I don't think it's fair to say, you can do it, but she can't do it.
Can we call a question?
Yeah, let's,
Can I make,
Madam Mayor, I do have public comment.
okay.
and can I make a proposal that might address some of
And
these concerns?
she's
we're
here to.
I know.
This isn't about,
Okay,
I think we're getting focused a little bit on, you know, interpersonal tensions between members of the commission. That is not the big picture.
right,
I would suggest a possibility. I'm going to just put it out as an idea. I understand your concern. I think the whole process of one person appointing and all of us being in the awkward position of saying, well, we don't really like the whatever of Commissioner Stokes' appointment and we have to vote again. It's an awkward situation. It's not a good way to go about it. So my proposal would be simply, let's fairly to all unappoint Commissioner Robinson's.
You can't do
Commissioner
that.
You
Stokes.
can't do that.
you can't do it.
That's
You
right.
can't do it.
I have been told that we
We're gonna
might
ask-
be
okay.
sued about it, but I have not been told that we absolutely cannot do
Can you
it.
stop campaigning for 5 minutes,
All
please?
right,
I'm not campaigning, there's nothing to do it, and I find that a very
Commissioner Malega, please don't do
disrespectful
that.
statement, and it's an interruption.
We're gonna ask the attorney.
Very difficult to undo kick people off the board. However, each of them could ask their appointee to resign. And if they resign, I'll make a suggestion, if they resign by the next meeting, and then if they don't resign, then you give her appointment.
My bigger concern, Madam Mayor, is that this is the 4th time I've watched people on this board say one thing
No,
and then backpedal.
I think we've had enough conversation, and we all know how we feel. Miss Malega, you're not Miss Malega, you're Miss Material. Would you like to come up?
Sure.
There. And we do have public comment cards, I'm aware of that.
Just really glad a short person came up with me.
Yeah, really.
So, first of all, hi,
Hi.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for considering me. And Commissioner Malega, thank you so much for believing in my goals to make things best for the city of Lake Worth. And I'm honored that you believe that I was the best appointment that you could make. So no matter what happens tonight, I'm not going to address the things that you're talking about. Like, I have been an elected official and I've been a CRA member for 130,000 seat community city. And I've also been a CRA member here. And so I've been through the process a few different times, and process is not a CRA concern when it comes to how we're put on the board or how your board is created. But process is really important to the success of a CRA. And while I think it could be debated that while my house is not in West Palm Beach, we're here about 7 days a week anyway. It's pretty difficult to operate a business, an art-related business with 20 employees that, by the way, 5 bought houses in Lake Worth Beach because they work for us, and 2 of them we brought here from Germany. We've really done a lot to expand and make the walk we're in better. I understand Dixie Highway business probably better than anybody that's currently on the board, and I would actually say for anybody who's been on the past for the board, I've seen things that have happened. I believe in managed growth. I know how important it is to get eyeballs on the street to prevent crime, to prevent a lot of other negative types of businesses that happen, not just in front of everybody on Dixie Highway, but I have an alleyway that we've cleaned up personally.
Thank you. That's 2 minutes.
We bought the house behind us to clean up the city. I believe in, I worked very hard in West Palm Beach to get not just affordable housing, which we need, and it's so sad what's happening right now that I don't know how anybody's gonna buy a house, but we've got
Do
to
we have the
do.
2 minutes? Let me-
Yeah, we have,
I thought it took 3
Yes,
minutes.
I said, I'm sorry, I announced the 2 minutes was up. I don't know if you want to give extra time.
Oh, great.
give her another minute.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. I think the successes that happen on the CRA result in the best kind of the residential community changes. One is right in your face when you're driving down the road. The rest are how we're living our lives in our community. And home ownership and affordable housing is the best way to bring pride to our neighborhoods. I've done it. It's a very good experience. And I understand all of the things that go along with that. If I am appointed to the board, there's not a learning curve for me. I know that sunshine, I've operated under sunshine. I believe in it. I believe in it, in operating that way. And like Commissioner Malay said, I was actually run against in West Palm Beach for voting against, because I always believed in what the people that elected me wanted me to do. And I fought really hard and I voted against the related project. And they spent $500,000 to get me out of office, and they were successful. And 3 weeks later, they had it back on the agenda, and they now have 3 30-story buildings going up in a 5-story height restricted neighborhood that was voted in a ballot initiative 3 times by our city. I'm still very sad about it. I'll never think it's the right thing to do for so many reasons. So the one thing you get with me is when I listen to the people, and that's exactly what we have to do. You have to listen to what they say, what they want, what their needs are. I'm going to fight for it.
Madam Mayor, that's the additional minute.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Matera.
And we have,
Should I leave, or is it more awkward for you if I stay or leave?
we're all grown-ups. Thomas Conboy's put a card. And this is about the appointment, not
Good evening.
the CRA in general.
Well, I have my public comment, which is my 3 minutes, which should be starting now, and I can say anything I want during that. Is that correct?
No.
No,
Okay, all right, so I'll try to keep it on the appointment then. First off, I want to talk about the appointment process because I think it's very important and it was talked about by our commission. The process is fascinating. I was one of those folks that thought that everybody on the board would be resigning. And I do know that this last election was basically a litmus test, and the CRA was a big part of why you guys were elected, because the CRA had not been necessarily always acting in the best interest of the city. All of the CRA board members at that time were appointed by those commissioners. Now we've had 2 appointed, and this would be the 3rd appointment. And it sounds like we have a very easy solution. The 2 that did appoint, if they will ask them to resign, then we can get a process going in January of next year that will be better for the CRA. I would ask you all, if we know the total budget for the CRA and the total budget of property taxes going to the city, because I keep asking that question, I don't get an answer to it. And if we don't know that, we can't plug our holes in the budget. Thank you.
thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have 3.
Okay,
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. While I appreciate Ms. Shannon Materio's desire to rejoin the CRA, I find it difficult to support her application. She clearly shows in the information submitted that her time and efforts have been devoted to West Palm Beach and not to Lake Worth. Even though her business, McMo, I apologize, Art Glass on Dixie Highway has been here for some time, that location has been on the market for a few years now. I'm not clear if it's just the building or the business also, but such actions don't indicate to me that this is someone with a real commitment to our city. She consistently lists West Palm Beach as a city that contains all the groups and political offices she has occupied, in addition to being the location of her primary residence. The fact that she has already served on the CRA here does not give me a sense that she will bring new life and a new perspective to this agency. My concern is that she will be a member that will want to duplicate the large high-rise buildings that dot the intercoastal shoreline up and down West Palm Beach. While I am a supporter of development in our city, I am not a fan of more bohemian-like structures infiltrating our downtown area. In addition, since her experience in this area is based on a city much larger than ours, I don't feel she will have the patience and willingness to listen to residents and take their concerns into consideration when making decisions as a CRA member. Nor do I believe she really has an understanding of what the residents want, since she does not live in our city. Therefore, I am requesting that Ms. Materio's application not be given favorable consideration. Diane Lombardo, 213 South M Street. Selection of a new CRA member is a critical issue for the residents of Lake Worth who supported and elected the present dais. Therefore, all CRA nominations should be put on hold until the nomination process can be revised. Above all, the homeowners should be allowed to give their input on a new appointee, which should be a homeowner and one who is impacted by new development in the city. Cliff Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. The Community Development Agency makes important decisions regarding urban development, although its members need not have any urban planning experience. In the absence of that requirement, the commission would benefit from a discussion about whether a candidate is a good fit. I request that tonight's appointment of Shannon Materio to the CRA be removed from the consent agenda to give the commissioners a chance to question this appointment. That is the last comment.
Thank you. I have a question. Shannon, you sold the McMahon building
I did.
and where did you buy a place?
We did not buy, we leased.
Sorry.
We have a 5-year lease. We have a 5-year lease in the 800 block. So we're moving one block and hopefully make that block better. Yes, and my building is not on the market. By the way.
Well, those are for sale signs.
No, there hasn't been a for sale sign on the building for 2 years.
Okay. I don't know, and I'm not being obstructionist, but I think you have to own the place in the city. Who,
They own properties, don't you sell houses?
what, you own other properties in the city?
I do.
Oh, I mean, that's a technicality. So, I'm gonna call for a, Commissioner McVoy, but I think we've spoken enough about it. I really do. I hate to cut you off, but we've all expressed our feelings and I think it would be time for a vote.
It might be time for a vote, but I would just point out that we had a recent census, and that census clearly indicated that the flavor of the community was changing. I think that Commissioner Materio can bring certain expertise to the job, but I think we can certainly find people within the community who might represent a broader part of it and can bring equally helpful expertise and new ideas. And I think it's unfortunate that we would move forward. I think let's do better at finding somebody within the community. I think we can do that.
And this isn't about the individual appointment. This is about the process. And for one meeting, I'm sorry that we're having such a divisive back and
We're
forth.
not always gonna agree on everything.
Well, we can address it on January 1st or our first meeting in January and not have any more discussion about this. This isn't about who or
So
it's
what's,
about the process.
okay, so, okay, that's it. Okay, thank you. So, I have to say, I mean, I was hoping that no one was gonna do this until January, but it's happened.
The process.
What?
It's the divisive,
Well, no, you and Commissioner Stokes both put somebody on the CRA, so how can you now say to Commissioner Malega she can't?
I can ask my person to resign if that's the route we want to go. And I had two people that I thought would be good on the CRA ask me to be on it that do not live in the city but have businesses here. And I specifically told them, no, it was important to me that whoever's on the CRA lives here. So I'm sorry that Ms. Malega's appointee just happens to be the only one that doesn't live in the city. And that's my personal preference. Maybe the other four of you don't agree. So, and you've heard my thoughts about
I'm gonna,
the CRA.
okay, so I'm gonna say one more thing and about myself. Should your appointment happen today, you and I are gonna have a good conversation about just the future of the city, if you can agree to that. Because I do have some concerns, but I also know that you're a smart person that's been here a long time and knows Dixie Highway very well. So we are looking more for, the change in direction of the CRA, and I would hope that you would follow that direction. So I'm gonna call the question. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? And I'm gonna pass the gavel. And again, because the process, it's not fair to do for one that we did not do for the other. So I'm gonna pass the gavel and second the motion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay? Okay,
I love how you guys backpedal on everything you don't want. It went from the city manager's conversation about the city manager living here and now the CRA.
thank you for your comments.
Madam Mayor, I need a break.
okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Madam Clerk, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
7 and
Unfortunately,
now they are.
Yeah, if it's red, it's off.
Could we come back in? A couple minutes, give us a couple minutes. Blue. Madam Clerk, are we back?
Madam Mayor, it is 7:19 and we are reconvened.
Okay, now it's time for public hearings. Item A is Resolution 77, 2021, abandoning approximately a 40-foot wide section in the public right-of-way known as 9th Avenue South, located between the alley east of South End Street and west of South Federal. Do I have a presentation or do I just have a motion? Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Do I have a second?
And then do we open it up?
Okay, we can open up for comment now. And I have Greg Richter. Well, this is for the couple of things.
That's all I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
The part I know where to just move on. So I want to talk about the 9th Avenue right away about giving that up. I'm going to just ask you all a favor. I just ask you all one favor. Please, before you vote on this, if you have not gone down there, hold off voting on this and go down, and drive up and down that alley, especially go when people are coming home from work. Because I wasn't even gonna come here tonight, but I was driving back from the store and I thought, I'm gonna go check this out. Because, we talked last night, you just said, turn around, but the problem is there is no room to turn around. And if you close that 9th Avenue part out, because you got people that come in, park parallel this way, there's no room for them to turn. They usually go out and in, loop back in and come back in. I talked to several people over there. I happened to talk to several people coming home tonight and said, are you aware there's a hearing tonight about 9th Avenue? They're pretty upset about it because they don't know how they're going to turn around and get in and out. And then tonight, when I first tried to go in coming down from 8th, it was blocked by a truck. So, and there is no exit going from the south. That alley does no longer exist. I tried to actually drive my car down to 10th Avenue. Was not a good idea. It's pretty bad. So I just, I just think this is really too quickly ill-conceived. And I ask that please that you don't do this. And as far as the rest of the project, I know you're going to vote on tonight. The only thing I ask is that I've been involved in this project for 2 years. I know the Lord's Place is coming and I'm good with that. But I also know what Herman's trying to do. And the only thing I ask you is, this man's trying to do the right thing for everybody, for the Lord's Place and for the people that live around there. So with the keeping to the thoroughfare guidelines. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Juan Compton.
Hello, I very much agree with what this gentleman just said. I live right in front of it. I have nothing against the Lord's Place coming into it. I would like them to do it correctly. 9th Avenue South is a very vital part of parking onto every one of those places. There is a community that's there that's been using that for a very long time. The townhouses that are there have no other way. They've been approved and they've been forced to do their parking in the back. There's no other way to do it. Across the street, another developer came and he did it correctly as well, where he developed the street. If they develop the street, put in a few parking spaces and just make it accessible, it'll be fine. And the other thing is there's excessive flooding from time to time, where I myself had to push cars out with people with children in the back because that whole area gets flooded. I was just on the phone 2 days ago with the department that handles that and the contract, and we still have the problem. So I think this needs to be thought out a little better and for some of the people, not just for the large space. And I'm fine with the project, it has to be done right. And that's why I've had a problem with planning and zoning several times.
Thank you. Thank you. Commission discussion, Commissioner Malady, you have your light on.
I stated my concern for this on the first reading. I have been to the place, the 9th Avenue South. Many people use this as a pass-through. I also recommended that the city get involved because there's a tree that's blocking entrance onto the street, that's the street over, which is N Street.
Why?
I am not in favor of giving the right of way away. I was in favor of it being paved, creating parking, making it a pass-through, because when I went in my little Mini Cooper, I could barely get through the dirt lot, much less turn around. I don't see how it's going to serve the surrounding community in regards to how they're supposed to get to and from their homes. And again, I mean, I think we should step up and figure out how we can get access to N Street. So I'm in favor of Lord's Place. I'm very much in favor. I'm not in favor of giving the right of way away and not having that used as thoroughfare traffic.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner, Vice Mayor Robinson.
Well, nothing has changed for me to change my vote against this. But I'm going to repeat the objection of giving away a road for a project that I would have much rather voted to adjust whatever backdoor approach we had to do to make this work than to vote to give away a road. And I'm also going to repeat the disappointment I had in the CRA not being approached or participating in the benefit for the Lord's Place.
I don't think it's in the Sierra District.
No, it isn't. That's that's the whole crux of my disappointment, is that the CRA could have benefited financially the Lord's Place, and it could have probably benefited a neighborhood more than it's not benefiting Federal Highway.
Commissioner Boyd.
I would like to hear, and I hope that we will, from staff, which I suspect has thought about this as planners, of how to make this work for the area. I am sympathetic to the concerns of the neighborhood. However, it is my understanding that if we are serious about supporting the Lord's Place project, we, as it is currently set up, and I hope that staff will correct me if I misunderstood it, but the Lord's Place project cannot go forward unless we do this abandonment. And again, please correct me if I'm mistaken on that. If there is, I am all for a solution that addresses the various concerns. I've spoken with Juan Cotton about it before. I am sympathetic to moving of vehicles and so on. So if we can find a way to do that and accomplish what the Lord's Place needs to do, I'm all for it. That's why we have the wonderful professionals that have thought about this, I'm sure.
So staff does have a presentation for this evening.
Oh, okay,
Would
great.
you like to?
Sure.
So again, this item, this is the second resolution to set right. My plan. Well, I'll just project, right? Go back to my theater
Do you want
class.
to go up to the podium?
I can't.
William.
Okay, yes.
We got this. The advantage of the mic is that then people listening are also.
Absolutely. So again, for the record, Erin Sita, Assistant Director of Community Sustainability. This particular resolution is the second resolution in a two-step process. The first one you heard, which was your intent to advertise at the October 5th meeting. And at that meeting, you actually asked us to go back and to ensure adequate access to the rear alley by adjacent property owners. And really, there are kind of two options. Again, you can just see here on the map, this is the general location of the right-of-way. And then here are the existing conditions with the general areas of alley improvements. Really, there's two options. One is to, which is the yellow one, which is improve the alley extension from 9th Avenue South to 10th Avenue South. That alley right-of-way is currently unimproved. And then the other option is to improve 9th Avenue South section west of the alley, which is circled in blue. Assistant Director for Public Works, Leo Lopasso, is here, and he can provide some additional answers to your questions regarding different aspects of the two options. And then also we wanted to get some direction from the board if you were interested in pursuing one of these options on funding.
Okay, let me ask a question. If we do this abandonment, it will still leave, I mean, theoretically, that alley will not be obstructed. It will end at that alley. Okay, so, okay, and I'm looking, as I look on my thing, and as I'm familiar with the area too, I was also thinking about that 9th Avenue, just, letting people come down and go out that way, which would give them the egress.
Yes, it would be to North End Street there.
And do we have any comments from our staff about what that would entail? I think we do.
I brought the expert.
I know you did. Good evening. Thanks for coming.
Good evening, Felipe Lapasso, Assistant Director for Public Works. Yeah, basically, from a public works standpoint, this improvement of 9th Avenue South will be beneficial. Obviously, it's been an unimproved right of way for its existence. Has parking and kind of traffic traversing that's on an unimproved roadway that we can continue to maintain and try to maintain with limited staff. So the improvement of this area would help the city in general as far as from a maintenance standpoint and traffic flow from the site, as well as solid waste collection from the dumpster enclosure that's at the northwest corner of this proposed site plan.
Right.
So we are in favor of this from that standpoint, but obviously from a policy decision, that's up to y'all,
What about improving 9th Avenue from the alley to End Street?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, so we could do that.
We could, we would prefer to have the developer do that,
Right.
obviously for cost reasons. But again, that's a policy decision. That's something from a budgetary standpoint, if we could look at other funding options, if you all decided that the city should fund that. But, in our policy and procedure manual, typically these things are picked up by the developer to improve as part of their site plan.
Yeah, now I know that the people from across the street at the townhouses across the street were saying, well, they improved that, but they had to improve that to get into their garages. And I think some of the people are using their garages for storage, and so they're not parking, they're illegally parking on that street.
Yeah.
I'm sympathetic to that, but that's not a situation we created, because when I watched the planning and zoning, that seemed to be the folks from across the street that were parking there when they actually have a garage. And the reason that they had to improve that, I believe, was to make the entrance to the middle of the townhouses to get into their garages.
Is it accurate to say it's illegal parking on the street?
Well, it's an unimproved alley and there's it's in a street. If we're talking about it, it is a street.
Yeah, we've actually installed no parking signs, probably 6 or 8 months ago.
People park in front of them.
They do.
I know, no one's been towed.
All over the place.
It's not a towaway
Response to
zone.
A lot of concerns with crime and, other issues, illegal dumping, things like that are going on in that unimproved area. The unimproved areas. So as of right now, it is a no parking zone, whether that's enforced or not, that's other agencies.
Mhm.
So.
Okay. Thank you. This is gonna be a pop quiz question that I really don't expect an answer for in terms of improving 9th Avenue from end to the alley. Even if my alley behind my house, we use it, it's not paved, but it's
Sure.
hard and you can do it and the trucks can come down. We could do something like that rather than pave it and do all that.
So utilize asphalt milling, so you're telling,
Yeah, it's really, it's hard. You can drive on it. It's a little sandy, it's a little asphalty, but it does work.
That is an option. It does require ongoing maintenance.
Mhm.
So that does pose some restrictions, but it is a cheaper alternative than full on building a paved roadway.
Yeah, that's how we do our alleys mostly.
Correct. Yeah, most of the alleys that we are doing, we've gone to a milling service. Yeah,
Thank you.
ground asphalt.
Okay, thank you. Ground asphalt.
Yep.
Commissioner, who's first? Commissioner Maliga.
I would be in favor of supporting this, but with the developer paying for the improvement to 9th Avenue. We don't have the budget. We
No,
just
we
went through budget. We don't have the funding, and I don't want to just do it with the asphalt that has to be replaced in the dirt, because that's just more of a maintenance problem. And by the way, it's really dusty and dirty. People will not like us. I do have a concern. You had mentioned crime. When I walk the property, there is a dead end. You can't even see past here all the way down. Is there any potential in the future for us to improve that as part of the city doing the improvement to that if we were to do this as a future project?
So you're referencing what's in yellow, the alleyway between
Yes.
9th and 10th South?
Yes,
Yeah, that's something that could be tackled as a public works. Sort of do
Project.
that all the time,
You
yeah.
don't have the funding for either.
I'm saying, but we could look in the future, maybe capital improvement for year 2023
I
or
mean, there's a lot of
2024.
dark alleys.
But I mean, that is it's very overgrown and
Sure.
out of control over there.
And from a
So-
maintenance standpoint, we could tackle that just from operational budgets, that could be tackled.
So yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of the right of way if we can get the developer to Lord's Place to get a big old cement truck out there.
Just dump it. Commissioner McVoy.
Can you give us a ballpark cost for, I guess, the two options, the mayor's option of crushed asphalt and the full-on paving option, those two options? And this would be, I guess, for west from the alley, west to South 9th N Street. And we won't hold you to the number, but ballpark, 8 million, 2 million.
$24.
Mayor, Madam Mayor, if I may. Commissioner Boyd, I appreciate the question, but asking staff to ballpark
Yeah. This is
on
unfair.
an infrastructure improvement like that, I think we better get back to you with the answer in a more concrete way than trying to answer on the spot.
No more asphalt.
Either way.
Yeah, we-
I trust my staff, but I don't want to.
Yeah, if you'd like, I could develop a cost estimate there with the jump, Mr. Cotton explained, there are some drainage concerns as well in the area that we tackle as part of a roadway project. So it's a little more involved than just, the roadwork part of it, so that's something we can definitely put a cost estimate if you wanted to see something like that.
Okay.
It's not in.
Does staff have anything else? No?
I have public comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we're almost there. I've got a card as well.
Hold on, we have.
I don't know what's, and Commissioner Vice Mayor Robinson.
Well,
Chime in.
I'm gonna go back and wonder about another option of addressing a change in whatever planning and zoning future land use or whatever William Waters can develop without giving away right of ways. We in Lake Worth have been blessed with a grid of streets and alleys. And there's a development hope coming on 10th and Federal Highway that, well, I mean, look at the empty lot. And are we going to be talking about this sometime in the future, having said that we don't care about that alley when I think the community recognizes the value of our alleys and our roads. And so the question is, was there another approach to giving the Lord's Place the ability to do their program without giving away roads and alleyways?
So,
can I get an answer?
no. No, I'm being facetious. There might be, I mean, it sounds like there might, yes, I think their alternatives would be a completely different project. Mr. Waters?
For the record, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. Commissioner Robinson's question is multi-pronged. So I'll start with the easy end of it. In order to request the particular type of multifamily development Orco Place wanted to do, they had to come in as an urban planned residential development, which requires by the future land use section of our comp plan and our land development code to have at least a half an acre. The only way that site could meet a half an acre is the abandonment of half of 9th Avenue north south. There is no ability to do a variance for that minimum lot size. There is no ability to do the project as it is envisioned by asking for a variance on use type or unit size in our code. So if you did not vacate 9th Avenue South, the project would have to be completely redesigned with different types of units and could not come in as a residential plan development. It would have to be just a straight apartment.
And we can't abandon just half of the road.
We have areas in the city, especially South Lakeside Drive, where we have abandoned half of a road and half of the right of way has been maintained or been still in the ownership of the city. It drives Public Works crazy because what we have left is 20 feet, which is really difficult to maintain.
Right.
I think there's 2 or 3 of them on South Lakeside Drive, maybe 1 on the north.
I've gone through them, yeah,
But we have abandoned only half.
right. Because if we did that with, so there's a physical question. If we abandoned just the north half, and then with the south half, then people could still get down their alley and get out.
They could still drive, you couldn't park on it. It would only be-
Right, but but the egress issue would be resolved.
In theory, yes. If we still probably need to be some improvements made to it, that could be really a safe and secure access, but yes, you
I
could.
mean, people are driving and parking on it, and I mean, you know, they could just, it's one of those roads that's just kind of not a road. But if we're talking, I mean, we're really talking about, you know, 4 people that live in those condos that park back there. I think it's, you know, 3 or 4 cars. So what say we about that as a
Madam Mayor,
possibility?
there's a lot more people. They park all in here. This entire parking area, they come in through here to park. This person right here, I watched him come out and leave out when I was.
Well, that's what I'm
on site.
suggesting is perhaps we do half the street so that stays open.
But how, I mean, that's 20 feet.
Well, 20.
It's right up against that apartment building, isn't it?
Well, they're probably maybe a couple of feet from the property line, but that's, I mean,
Yeah.
it is, in theory, if the city wanted to put a street there, they would, you know, go from right of way line to right of way line, which is a typical 40-foot section. I think the mayor's suggestion is that we vacate 20 feet on the north side and leave the southern 20 feet as basically a fancy alley, which is technically twice the width of our existing alleys.
Right.
The alleys are 10 feet wide.
So you're recommending that we improve the other side of it
I'll leave it the way it is. It's been like that forever. If we ever get the money to improve it, God bless us.
or ask the developer to improve it?
Well, I mean, they're
We're
not,
giving them half a right away?
that's, we can ask them, but I also, I mean, a lot of our alleys are not improved.
I know, but I mean, if they're building, why wouldn't, and we're giving
I'm not
half
sure
the.
to ask them, but I think, you know, I think we should, I mean, can we talk about doing just half of it?
Yes.
The applicant has said they would agree to improve the southern half.
Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, very good, thank you.
20 feet and 3 inches.
I don't have it written before me, right in front of me, but our city attorney might have to chime in. The resolution that abandons alley is probably gonna have a different legal description.
Right, right.
And I believe the utilities, for the most part, that are in it fall in the part that would be abandoned, so we still have to come back and dedicate the easement at some point.
We'd have to do that anyway. Right, right. So, thank you. Vice Mayor
Just
Robinson?
one question, how many units are possible on the lot on 10th and Federal?
It's a
It
different,
depends on how big that is. I mean, it looked like it's over half an acre.
Yeah,
so
it's bigger.
you can get your 20 units an acre. You can get a 25% increase to 25. You can add 10 more units an acre to the transfer development right program. The 35 units an acre, it based on the other side, it's maybe 2/3 of an acre. So 2/3 times 35 is what?
ah, you must be a.
Well, okay. I'm just interested in the highest and best use of our streets and alleys.
If it's 2/3 of an acre, you get close to 18.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve with improvements on the right of way of the 20 feet and 9th Avenue South to north.
The southern half of 9th Avenue South.
Southern half-
Actually, if you go
South
back
End
one,
Street.
You would be making a motion to abandon the northern half of 9th Avenue South and requiring the applicant to improve the southern portion of that right of way from the alley to Federal Highway.
What she said.
What she said.
A reasonable compromise.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, we still do have public comment.
All right, now we're gonna hear the public comment, which may have been resolved by now, but we'll still hear it.
Okay, so first is Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. While I support the efforts of the Lord's Place with their Burkle Place 3, I'm at a loss to understand why this development cannot be built within the confines of the allocated lot. The plans have been rejected more than once by planning and zoning, and yet it continues to move forward. I was totally on board with this project in the beginning, but now I am not a supporter of having to abandon a city avenue in order for this project to become a reality. In the previous commission meeting, everyone acted as if 9th Avenue South in this location is never used, and I beg to differ. It is still being used by residents in the area, and I think taking this action sets a bad precedent for us in regards to other developers in our city. My concern is that another development may be presented for consideration that falls into the same situation. The city will then be forced to abandon a roadway in order to facilitate that development becoming a reality. I'm really surprised we've gotten to this point and no one has come up with a resolution for this development to fit in the space they want. They are a group with great intentions, but the reality is they have failed to provide a design for Burkle Place 3 that is in compliance with our ordinances and requirements. On top of that, they now want the city to provide part of an avenue in order to complete this development. The time has come to get a handle on processing the many asks being made here and have them comply or allow another developer to purchase the property and build within its boundaries. The city should never have to give up any part of a street, avenue, or roadway in order for development to become a reality. Bernard Guthrie, 823 South Palmway. Abandoning the 9th Avenue South right-of-way eliminates any chance of public parking for a block in all directions, since there is no on-street parking on Federal Highway. This requires any visitors to any of the residences or businesses to park a block away on 8th Avenue South or 10th Avenue South. It also cuts off emergency egress and regress for residents on several parcels between 8th and 9th Avenues. Usually, if the city gives away valuable property, it would get something valuable in return. This move only promotes hardship for many residents and visitors to the area and neighborhood. Your own planning board voted twice recommending against this. The neighborhood abutting this project sent a letter recommending against this abandonment because it is currently used and needed as a benefit to surrounding properties. The District 4 Commissioner representing this constituency is recommending against this. The city is not proposing any mitigating relief for eliminating parking or egress issues. The entire neighborhood should not be made to pay the consequences of one developer who has demonstrated their desire to skirt our LDRs and produce a substandard project not keeping with the major highway guidelines. Matthew Fuller Jr., 2502 North Dixie Highway, apartment 552, to the mayor and commissioners of Lake Worth Beach. I'm a resident of the courtyards of Lake Worth. I'm writing in support of the proposed improvements. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong item. Okay, so I have one other comment. So Kevin Dorian wanted to read his own comments. Mr. Dorian, can you unmute and speak? You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, what am I speaking on the easement?
Yes, on the abandonment of the row.
Okay. I'm opposed to giving this to the.
Could you state your name and address first, please, sir?
Kevin Dorian, 824 South Federal Highway. Thank you for having me on. I'm opposed to giving away the easement to 9th Avenue South to Lord's Place, even though I know their intentions are good. And they mean well. It's just they're not meeting a lot of things with the original building. We're going to give them this, and we still have a lot of issues with their development and their planning. It's supposed to be multifamily. It's going to be community housing. The apartments aren't big enough. They're small. They should be 900 feet by code with the redevelopment of Lake Worth. They're not up to that standard. Worried about even CDC issues with, the COVID. Is there enough room for people? And, and we're not even taking care of the main issue. We're worried about giving them a piece of land, but they haven't even come up with the right plans and to go by code. So I think you're getting the cart across ahead of the horse, because you got to be taking care of their planning first and make sure that's all compliant before you give them the land. Everything's supposed to be in the back of the building. We got it on the side. Lake Worth has this vision of what the property is supposed to look like. It's supposed to be 2-story. It's only 1 story. And what about all the residents? Do they know this is community housing? This isn't apartment buildings. If you've looked at the plans, 3 people to 1 600 square foot apartment is ridiculous. And it probably doesn't even meet the codes for handicap. So, these things, we got to address the main issue first before we're willing to give up the little thing to make this a success if it's worth it. And I just wish you would review it and give us more time to, if I can postpone this a little bit more, because I like to, look deeper into this. Because, I just hired somebody Kirk Sybil to look into this for me. And, you know, it's even opening up more stuff that needs to be addressed first.
Thank you. Any others, Madam Clerk?
That is it for this item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Maliga.
I just have a question for staff. There's a letter in the backup from the motel owner. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce the name, Revocable Trust, stating that they have no objection to the city of Lake Worth Beach's intent to abandon a portion of 9th Avenue South. It is understood that should this abandonment be approved, that half of the right of way will in effect be conveyed to the trust. So we're going to have them, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So we're going to abandon half the right of way, give it to Lord's Place. Then they're going to improve the other half the right of way, and then it will go to this revocable trust.
No, you have chosen in your motion, you will not abandon the southern portion so that the property owner to the south will not get a portion of the right of way. It will remain in public trust.
Okay, so this letter of them supporting it was only if they got the other half of the abandonment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So somebody will let them know?
So we have a motion, and I believe I seconded it.
Do we have a motion and a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. I think that was a good compromise. Thank you, everybody, for working on that.
Was.
Okay, the next one is the second reading of the ordinance 2021-16. And our city attorney will read it.
This one. Ordinance 2021-16.
Is it on?
Neither one of them are. I don't think these ever were. I think it's just fixture to the ceiling, right? Fix you up, right? So I'll use the Aaron voice and speak loudly.
Oh, yes.
Ordinance number 2021-16 is an ordinance of the city commission of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of a residential urban plan development district located at 825 and 827 South Federal Highway, consisting of approximately 0.53 acres, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the mixed-use Federal Highway MUFH zoning district with a future land use designation of mixed-use east MUE, subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C. Approving a conditional use permit, approving a major site plan for the construction of a 7-unit residential urban plan development plan for severability conflicts and an effective date.
Thank you. Is there anything from staff? Do I have?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, I was just going to ask for public comments.
Yes, I believe we're going to go to public comment first and then see what happens after that.
Okay, I have no public comments here.
I have about 20 to read and then a few who are going to read their own, and then we'll see what happens after that. So the first comments from Cheryl Rashkin, President, South Palm Park Neighborhood Association, 1302 South Palm Way. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Commissioners. Regarding ordinance 2021-16 Burkle Place 3, South Palm Park Neighborhood Association is still against this project going forward due to once again South Federal Highway being used not as family-friendly residences. The program that will be there is no doubt of great benefit to the persons that will be living there to assimilate them back into society, but it is not a residence in the major sense of the word. Over the years, this section of our city has been inundated with sober units, old motels converted and used as halfway units, apartments rented by the hour, and increased crime. We, the South Palm Park Neighborhood Association and the surrounding family residential neighbors are tired of these goings on and wish for more stable use of the properties along this corridor of South Federal Highway as the southeastern roadway into our city. I have been asked once again to reiterate the feelings of the residents of South Palm Park that we are against this project, even though we have heard that you, our elected officials, with the exception of our District 4 Commissioner, have already approved this project prior to tonight's second reading. Good luck to the inhabitants and staff that'll be living, working within the environment that we have had to endure for years and that they are safe from harm from the crime and unsavory persons that wander this section of the city. Respectfully submitted. Next is Theodore Deckert, 687 Garden Drive North, apartment 310. I urge you to approve the Lord's Place, Burkle Place 3 project. As I hope you are all aware, for many years, the Lord's Place's Burkle Place campus in the city of Lake Worth Beach has been providing housing and support programs to help single women rebuild their lives and escape homelessness. Homelessness is one of the greatest challenges facing our country today, and single women of all ages are among the most underserved segment of the homeless. Burkle Place 3 will enable the Lord's Place to better meet this challenge by providing a multi-generational family-style living environment for women, particularly those over 50 years of age, who struggle with homelessness most often through no fault of their own. The Lord's Place is recognized locally and nationally for being a leader in the mission to serve the homeless and end homelessness, but it is also a good neighbor. The Lord's Place has been a responsible organizational citizen of the city of Lake Worth Beach for many years and has proven through its projects in Lake Worth Beach and other communities that its properties are assets, not liabilities. In their neighborhoods, Burkle Place 3 will be no different. Lake Worth Beach and all communities need to do everything they can to address the growing problem of homelessness. This project is a meaningful step in the right direction and deserves approval. Thank you for your consideration. Upendo Shabazz, 224 South Federal Highway, number 3. Dear Commissioners, Allegheny Franciscan Ministries is pleased to provide a letter of support to the Lord's Place, Burkle Place 3 residents, which will provide a home and services to 21 women. Burkle Place 3 will represent an intergenerational model of housing with over half the women being 50 plus. As you may be aware, the Lord's Place is uniquely positioned to ensure the success of these women thriving in the Lake Worth Beach community. Additionally, the Lord's Place has been a good neighbor with Burkle Place and Burkle Place West, both located in Lake Worth. Allegheny Franciscan Ministries is a Catholic-based grant maker dedicated to improving the overall health status of individuals through increasing access to health services and information. We are a member of Trinity Health, which is one of the largest multi-institutional healthcare delivery systems in the nation. Allegheny Franciscan Ministries strive to be a catalyst for systemic change, committing resources and working collaboratively to provide physical, mental, spiritual, societal, and cultural health and well-being in our communities. Lastly, I'm a resident homeowner of Lake Worth Beach. I believe a community thrives best when there is diversity of residents coming from all walks of life. Lake Worth becomes a better community when it offers access and opportunity for all. I wholeheartedly support the Lord's Place, Burkle Place 3. Dr. Kathy McKinnon, PBAU nursing professor, 901 South Flagler Drive, West Palm Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to share. I've had the honor and privilege of working with Burkle and Halley Place for many years. I've hosted service learning projects with my nursing students by providing educational topics and health fairs to the residents. I also conducted my doctoral studies of an in-depth program evaluation to improve the program outcomes, administration and staffing, treatment planning, program development, and prevent recidivism at Burkle Place. Homelessness and post-incarcerated women suffer deeply. Evidence shows that isolation and homelessness can cause permanent psychological, neurological, and physical damage. These experiences can lead to chronic emotional stress, which in turn affects their self-esteem, life choices, and overall well-being. These challenges, combined with negative environmental stressors, contribute to major health disparities. Therefore, the need for women's supportive programs in the community is essential, particularly in Florida, as it possesses a high number of homeless women. Burkle Place 3 will improve the overall quality of care, engagement of the residents, and decrease recidivism. When women are admitted to Burkle Place, they are leaving jails, prisons, and homelessness with painful life experiences and need supportive services. The transitional housing facility is designed to assist the residents in drug and alcohol addiction recovery, employment, housing, medical care, social engagement, empowerment, and connectedness. After spending years working with Val Stanley, the director of Burkle and Halley Place, it is evident that she has established a strong foundation for the program. She is well respected by the residents as well as the Lord's Place and has made significant improvements in the program. Stanley is devoted and dedicated to making Burkle Place 3 a success. That time is up. Sophia Stone, 6665 Pond Apple Road, Boca Raton. People forget or perhaps are unaware that often what contributes to the conditions of homelessness is a breakdown of family, mental and healthcare services, and support for our most vulnerable populations, the disabled, our veterans, the abused, the discarded. People forget that the women who find themselves homeless are oftentimes daughters, sisters, mothers, grandmothers, and aunts who through hard times or misfortune are unable to make ends meet, unable to provide for themselves, and find themselves abandoned for no one to care for them. One loses their sense of dignity when they are on the street, therefore losing all sense of hope. The Lord's Place seeks to break the cycle of homelessness by supporting families, women, and men to turn their lives around by treating the individual with dignity and respect, by giving them housing and job training, emotional and mental support, by offering access to educational and healthcare services. The pandemic obviously has exacerbated the problem, leading to an increased population of the homeless. The Lord's Place recognizes this problem and is working to provide the solution by adding more housing for women in Burkle Place 3. As a volunteer teaching philosophy, critical thinking, and especially ethics to the women at one of the Burkle residences, I can attest to the transformation these women go through, from feelings of low self-esteem and self-worth to a sense of hope, excuse me, and a drive to work and contribute positively and in a meaningful way to the Lake Worth communities. Excuse me one. When invited to share their principles for living, they respond, live with compassion, live with humility, and live with kindness. I support Burkle Place 3 as I support the healing and empowerment of women, and entrust that when we invest in women, women inevitably will triple that investment in our communities. Tricia Mole, 941 Dogwood, North Palm Beach. As a volunteer of Burkle Place on J Street, I've personally seen the positive changes made in many women's lives. I fully support the expansion. It is crucial to be able to accommodate the growing needs for safe housing for women in the area. I feel it will be a positive asset to the community. Joseph Neves, 222 Lake Worth Road. I'm a Lake Worth resident. I live at Village of Lake Worth at 2nd Avenue and Congress. I'm all for the Burkle Place 3. This would only strengthen the community as a whole. To know that the most vulnerable in the community are getting the help that they need would be a beautiful thing. I vote yes to help the women in our communities that most need it. Shauna Coolican, 1629 South Lakeside Drive. I live in South Palm Park and I support the Burkle Place 3 project, supervised phased housing for women transitioning back to independent living. The residents will be women only, no children, and half will be over 55 years old, which will enhance stability. Those of us living south of 6th Avenue South are familiar with the domestic dramas that often play out in the parking lots of the budget motels along Federal. The Lord's Place will be paying much needed property taxes to the city of Lake Worth Beach. The property will be fenced and landscaped to maintain a low profile. This project is preferable to maintaining another vacant lot along Federal Highway. I am certain that I sent a letter to Commissioner Robinson back in June 2021 in support of this project. 5 months later, it is time for final approval. Sienna Myers, 429 North D Street. I'm writing to ask you to support the Burkle Place 3 project in Lake Worth. Efforts to mitigate homelessness are crucial to allowing our residents, businesses, and city to thrive. The Lord's Place has an exceptional reputation and does the work that so few others are willing to do. Please support this invaluable resource for our city. Thank you. Bernard Guthrie, 823 South Palmway. The city established guidelines for the development of Federal Highway to include new developments to be 2 stories and move to the front of the property and placing vehicle parking behind the buildings. This has worked well, and Federal is starting to look like it has a long-range plan. That is until now. The proposed development thumbs its nose at our established guidelines, first proposing something akin to the old 50s style motel with all parking in front of a single-story structure. Our staff advised that this was in keeping with the guidelines. This was soundly rejected by the planning board as not meeting our guidelines. The developer redesigned the project, taking into account the guidance from the board, and came back with a plan that addressed the board's concerns and provided sorely needed public parking on 9th Avenue South. For some unknown reason, this plan was rejected by our own staff and never made it to the board for consideration. Instead, we now have this terrible plan which will create hardship for all neighbors within a block of the new development. Additionally, this is being considered a residential facility when in fact it is a treatment facility and should be addressed as such. We are told that these cramped living cells are ADA compliant and find they are not. We are told that this is transitional, but not told what the tradition is from. If a tradition from prison, this would be a halfway house and have requirements to protect the neighboring community. Since this proposal does not meet our goals as a community or neighborhood and is proposed by your own planning board, the District 4 Commissioner who represents this area and the surrounding neighbors, I again urge you to reject this major site plan. Sue Stevens Welsh, 1331 North Palmway. My godfather found it difficult to get public support to address homelessness in Palm Beach County. When I was 4 years old, in a dramatic and effective effort, he slept in a dumpster for 30 days in front of the county administrative building in West Palm Beach to raise awareness and funds to open the first Lord's Place shelter. I have been disgusted by the zoning concerns and witnessed the hoops the Burkle Place development staff have jumped through in order to get approval to expand a proven program in our city. I am honestly moved to take similarly drastic measures to the late brother Joe Ranieri. Enough is enough. Please move forward with the approval for the right-of-way abandonment and any other variances to accommodate the Burkle Place 3. The Lord's Place is an invaluable resource running successful programs in Palm Beach County. I have watched their programs develop over the last 40 years. As the daughter of a board member and a former social services provider supporting survivors of domestic abuse, I can say with conviction that I would gladly move into or next to any of their residential facilities. As their mission states, the Lord's Place is dedicated to breaking the cycle of homelessness by providing innovative, compassionate, and effective services to men, women, and children in our community. They offer comprehensive services designed to end homelessness once and for all. They provide programs that assist our clients in finding their unique path, which leads to a place called home. To the clients, Mr. Burkle, Diana, and all the staff, thank you for your persistence. You being here makes our community a great place to call home. Bernard Bush, 928 South Federal Highway, apartment 16. I am in full support of the Lord's Place, Burkle Place 3. It will provide housing to over 20 women who could otherwise be living on the streets, including our own streets. These women will each be screened and have to meet certain criteria to be placed at Burkle Place 3. The Lord's Place team has been trying to do this for the last 2 years. Each time another issue arises, whether it be the height of the building, the size of the units, the parking spaces moved, an amount changed, and shade trees, just to name a few of the Lord's Place, invested more time and money to appease the residents and commissioners. I understand the right-of-way is the only item left that can cause an issue. Looking back at the history of Lake Worth Beach, and abandoning a right-of-way is given freely to the for-profit partners. Let's change that tonight and abandon the right-of-way. 20 lives a day are counting on you to make the choice, the right choice. Burkle Place 3 would save 20 women from being homeless every single day. Why keep delaying this project? They've addressed all the items of concern. Please vote yes to this reading, and let's let the Lord's Place continue to do their great work here in Lake Worth Beach. Shanna Lillis, 1027 South Palmway. I'm writing to express my support of the Burkle Place 3 project proposal. The Lord's Place is an empowering and supportive organization that provides evidence-based opportunities for women who need alternative options that will support them in a successful transition to long-term housing and lifelong stability. I believe residential programs like this are necessary in our community to support women who need alternative options. Thank you for hearing my concern. I trust that you will make the best decision in terms of this proposal and the women of our community who will benefit from this program. Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. Good evening, Mayor Resch and City Commissioners. I am submitting comment to support Burkle Place 3. The Lord's Place is an outstanding organization that serves as a lifeline to women and families in our community. We are fortunate to have them providing critical public health and housing services to our community. This project has addressed all the concerns that were brought forward by neighbors and the planning board. We are in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. No one should have to live on the streets. I'm heartened by the support this commission has shown Burkle Place 3 and look forward to seeing all of you at the ribbon cutting. Ryan Oblender, 1702 North A Street. Please consider and vote in favor of the applicant. The Lord's Place, a nonprofit, came to the community in good faith almost a year and a half ago with a presentation to the Neighborhood Association President's Council about their proposed project on South Federal Highway before even submitting to planning and zoning, where they were given feedback from the various affected neighborhoods. Since then, they have been dragged through multiple design by committee sessions by the board, wasting their limited resources and not getting the intended occupants the help they need in a timely fashion. I would like to remind everyone that the applicant intends on paying property taxes and isn't even a CRA bound area. How many nonprofits and churches in Lake Worth Beach can say they are paying property taxes? I also feel the member on the P&Z board, whose business is literally across the street from the project, should have recused themselves from those multiple discussions and voting due to the direct conflict of interest with the site plan and potential parking issues that could affect their business. Freddie Perez, 1355 Crest Drive. City Commissioners and residents, I have followed the Burkle Place 3 project since the beginning, and I am in full support. All items addressed have been fixed. All the homeless women that will reside at Burkle Place 3 will go through a strict screening process. Let's say yes to Burkle Place 3. Bob LaRocca, 1690 Renaissance Commons Boulevard, Boynton Beach. Good evening, commissioners and residents. I would like to start with a favorite quote of mine. Quote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced," by James Baldwin. Homelessness is a real situation all around us. We can either continue to look the other way or start to make a change. The Lord's Place has been a social impact nonprofit organization in Palm Beach County for more than 40 years by changing the lives of families and individuals experiencing homelessness. Please provide Burkle Place 3 second reading. These women will be required to apply and be screened before being accepted into the program. The Lord's Place has changed plans several times to abide by the long list of items requested by the commissioners and residents. This has cost the Lord's Place many months of valuable time, along with many additional costs. Please pass the second reading in favor of Burkle Place 3. Thank you for your time. Jennifer Sellers, 2808 North Australian Avenue, West Palm Beach. The Department of Women's Services at the Lord's Place is committed to the well-being and uplifting of homeless women in our community. The programming designed with the Burkle Place residences is client-centered, trauma-informed, racially equitable, and steeped in best practices. Burkle Place 3 brings together all of the strength and support that our women's services has developed over the years and the beauty and wisdom of an intergenerational model, providing connections to financial literacy, employment services, therapeutic support, life skills, and personal growth education. This program has given women a chance to grow and thrive. Any community would be lucky to have such a beautiful, professional, and well-respected program such as this in their midst. I ask that you support Burkle Place 3. The last comment that I will read, and then there are several people who will speak on their own, is from Jill Levetsky, 520 North D Street. I am writing in support of the Lord's Place, Burkle Place 3 project, which will provide a needed place for women to call home. The women living there are working towards their independence and have already graduated from the Lord's Place other programs. I ask that you approve the Burkle Place 3, an important addition to our community as it further provides assistance to those who need it most. Thank you. Do you have any blue cards, Madam Mayor?
I don't.
Okay, so let's see. Penny Darling, if you would like to speak, can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hi, good evening. Let me just, can you see me? Do you need to see me?
We see your picture.
Okay. I'm not seeing that I have the ability to turn on the screen.
We can hear you.
Is that good enough?
Works for me.
Sure. There you go.
Okay. All right. Some of you know me, so you can verify that is my picture. Okay, so I'm Penny Darling. I live at 1701 North D Street, and I'm speaking in support of the Burkle Place 3 project. First, I just want to thank the majority of the commissioners who have, approved it to move forward to this point. I really appreciate the heart that our city has for, providing affordable housing, providing supportive services to our community members who truly need it. The Lord's Place is an innovative social service agency that's actually recognized nationally, regionally, and locally every year for their business practices. And as you've heard already, we have had Burkle Place in our community for many years now, and they have a wonderful track record. We do have many women who've lived in Burkle Place over the years who have been amazing community members, giving back to the community, engaged in community service, and who move on to live independent and thriving lives. So I would strongly urge that we continue moving forward with this project so that we can continue to support programs that provide holistic wraparound support to women who are rebuilding their lives, and just keep creating these opportunities and watching these people move forward and become more and more productive community members. Just to speak a moment to the heart of the program, like a few other people, I have been involved with the Burkle Place program. I actually worked there for 2.5 years in the past. And the program has a lot of heart. Everyone is loved unconditionally.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you can unmute yourself and speak. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. It's Noam Brown, 1701 North D Street. I'm speaking in favor of the Burkle Place 3 project. As I mentioned at the previous hearing, approving this project is so right for so many reasons. And Burkle Place 1 and Burkle Place West, both in Lake Worth, have been nothing but wonderful programs contributing not only to being part of the solution to the problem of the high number of people who are unhoused in our communities, but have contributed to the vitality of our city. We celebrate successes, and we should be celebrating the successes of Burkle Place 1 and Burkle Place West by encouraging the creation of programs such as Burkle Place 3. The Lord's Place has addressed and mitigated concern after concern, including the most recent concern of increasing shade trees along Federal Highway and working with the city regarding the issue of access to the garbage and the alley. I applaud the commission for recognizing this and voting to approve at the previous meeting, the previous reading. Throughout this process, concerns have been raised, and one after the other, Lord's Place has responded, made concessions, mitigated, and done everything in their power to make whatever changes were necessary to see this project through. And that speaks volumes about the Lord's Place and who they are as an organization and what they will continue to be, that they'll continue to be a responsive neighbor in the future. So honestly, we can probably use 10 Burkle Place 3s But at the very least, let's move forward with this one. And, after hearing, I know that you're responsive as a commission to the public, and after hearing an overwhelming majority, I think maybe there were 2, but possibly 3 who were not in favor, but the other 20 some odd people who are speaking in favor, let's listen to their voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kevin Dorian. Mr. Dorian, you can unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, how are you? I brought in Kirk Sibyl to speak on my behalf of this project.
No, I believe you need to speak on your own.
Oh, I do? Well, I have it on your form now.
I'm asking the attorney.
Yeah, he can speak on his own, and the other person can speak on his own, right?
Right.
So if he wants to not speak and have someone else speak, as long as they've registered to speak.
Have they filled out a blue card? I believe.
No, I don't have are they in the chamber?
No.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm the consultant that Mr. Dorian engaged. My understanding was that he would have his 3 minutes and he could hand the podium to me. But I am here.
Okay. Okay.
He would have 2 minutes, sir,
No,
and
he's
you
gonna-
can fill out a blue card.
He's gonna speak first.
Okay.
Mr. Dorian is going to speak
Yes.
first. All right,
Okay.
you have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. I have no problem with the Berkeley Place and their vision. I'm just concerned with the things that are going along with it, now that you gave them the easement, we still have the issue of the drainage. Who's going to take care of all this drainage problem when we have these floods and these cars got no place to go to now, or no escape? I'm also concerned with, the vision of the planning. Yes, it's been denied twice with planning, but why are we cutting corners? I think one of your commissioners said during the other thing about the easement is we're taking backdoor approaches. Why isn't this thing being done right? You have codes in place for this redevelopment of downtown Lake Worth. Why aren't we sticking to those principles and, for everybody? And, I'm in favor for them coming in and doing it, but let's do it right. These little rat cages, you're gonna put 3 women in there. That's tight. What are the escape routes? What's going on? As I'm looking at the drawings, I'm just trying to understand more of it. That's why I hired Kirk to come in and, dissect it a little bit, because I just want to make sure it's done right. I want these, if these women are going to come here, have the comforts of a home, not a little box, and that's the whole the vision of Berkeley Place, is to do these things. And it's a community center. We have a community kitchen, community living room. It's not townhouses, what that property was designed for. So I just ask you guys, to let us look at this a little bit deeper and find out what they can do and what they can't do. I think the square footage for apartment is 600 feet when by code it's supposed to be 900 feet. And I don't understand why we're cutting these corners. There's also stuff with, changing the conditional use permit and other stuff that's going on with the property. What are they going to conditions? Who's going to enforce these things? Who's going to govern this? Is it just going to be like, oh, here you go? So, I'm
Thank you.
just
Your time
concerned.
is up, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have 2 other people who wanted to speak on
Sure.
their own behalf. Do you want to let the
They can keep
other
going.
gentleman to speak?
Well, he's here. Let's just keep going with the folks you've got up there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
next is Jay Marcus. Jay, can you unmute yourself, please? You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Jay Marcus. I live at 1224 16th Avenue North, Lake Worth Beach, Florida. I wanted to encourage the commission to vote yes on Berkeley Place 3. I'm a social worker that mainly serves the local homeless community. I've worked in the county shelter system. As many people know, there are long waiting lists and hundreds of people in the county waiting for housing. There's also an affordable housing crisis. I would say that according to Zumper statistics, there has been a 30% increase in rental prices in the city in the last 5 years. There's a great need for it. And I would say that the Lord's Place, Burkle Place 3 is based on the Housing First model, which is an evidence-based practice. It allows people to be housed as a foundation before any other needs can be actualized. In reality, there are many, homelessness is a very complicated issue, but it's very hard to get other things done when you have to worry about surviving every day. Also, in addition to that, I would say that the project needs to be done because it's in local state funding, you have to provide this sort of housing. It has to be a fair market rate. And unfortunately, all throughout the county, most of the rents that are the average in the market is way above the fair market prices that most state funding can cover. For example, a lot of the FMR rates are anywhere between $900 to $1,200 a month. So that is definitely not enough to cover efficiency or any sort of rentals in the area. And of course,
Thank you. Your time is up. The last person I have is Diane Stanley. Miss Stanley, you would have 2 minutes. Would you like to unmute and speak?
Yes, this is Diana. Do you want me to present now or do you want me to present with the rest of my team from the Lord's Place?
Well, I was told if there is not going to be a quasi that you would speak during public comment.
Okay, well then I will go ahead and speak during public comment. Thanks, everybody. So I'm Diana Stanley and I am the CEO at the Lord's Place, and I am honored and privileged to be with you this evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to review Burkle Place 3, a project that we are thrilled to bring to Lake Worth Beach. As we discussed the last time we were together, I know we're going to be talking, and we have talked about a variety of things today, including the right-of-ways and trees, etc. But I wanted to take a few moments this evening and talk about the real heart and soul of what this project is all about. Burkle Place 3 will be more than just another beautiful facility on Federal Highway. It will be home to over 21 women who will have the opportunity to rebuild their lives. As you know, this is our third housing development that we have brought to Lake Worth Beach, and we are so honored to be able to partner with all of you once again. At the Lord's Place, we simply believe in this, and that is the transformation of life. We believe in taking beautiful homes like Burkle Place and creating a home where, in this case, women from 2 generations will be able to learn skills and be given the tools they need to rebuild their lives. It is a special place where women will be embraced, not for their past, but for their promising future. Burkle Place 3 women will be empowered and taught leadership skills to make them productive members of our community, including Lake Worth Beach. Burkle Place 3 is more than just a facility, and I would be remiss tonight if I did not bring that to your attention. It is a place where women will be able to come together and celebrate the fact that they live in a community like Lake Worth Beach, which embraces diversity, which opens up their arms to people of all walks of life, and most importantly, a place where residents have a heart for kindness and humanity. And because of that, we thank you for allowing us to present Burkle Place 3, a new home for all women. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the last one you have there, ma'am? Madam Clerk?
That is it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and then we have this gentleman here.
Good evening. My name is Kirk Seipel. I'm a managing director of Rural Advisors. We're a real estate management consulting firm. Mr. Dorian asked me to look at this project. Respectfully, the people who have spoken overwhelmingly in favor of this project are speaking from the Lord's Place mission. The heart and soul of this matter is not the Lord's Place mission, which has an appropriate place in our communities. The heart and soul of this matter is whether this project meets the requirements of law. I would like to suggest that based upon my review, I believe the project has been mischaracterized. The unit sizes do not comply with the American with Disabilities Act. with the Fair Housing Act and also with Florida's accessibility code. And although planned unit developments do provide latitude to reduce unit sizes, you can't bypass federal law. I mean, the law is the law. I'd like to point out also that under the code, this is being considered a multifamily structure. The code at section 231012 provides that this complies with dwelling units. Dwelling units are supposed to be exclusively occupied as separate living quarters. Here we have the applicant's own submission saying that one of the justifications for the reduced dwelling quarters is that people are going to live most of the time outside the quarters, that they're going to use the common area facilities, which should be allocated to the units. So based upon the applicant's own words, we realize that these units are not separate and do not meet the multiple family structures as required under the code. I had Ayalo Architects of Miami review the plans. They confirm my suspicions that there are serious issues with ADA, FHA, and Florida accessibility standards. I would also like to point out that—
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you very much, sir.
We have all these people wearing masks, and the CDC has put out a guidance expressing concern about close living quarters and shared housing facilities.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do we have a motion? Oh, in a second? I'm asking, have we done a motion in a second? Yeah.
No.
We have not.
Okay, thank you. Just, it's been a long.
I have a procedural question after.
What?
I have a procedural.
Sure.
No, I think Commissioner Malega had her light. first.
Commissioner
My
Malayga?
question is to staff, and this is more of an education and question in numbers. So I'm looking at Exhibit B in the backup, which has the development standard-based zoning district, residential urban plan development, and then the proposed, this little chart. So I'm just looking at across the board on the bottom where it says max density, and I've got 10 acres or 20 dwelling units per acre or 10 units. The residential urban plan development with sustainable bonus program says it can go to 13 units, and they're only asking for 7 units. The minimum living requirement for a 3-bedroom unit is 900 square feet. They're asked, so how, I just, the numbers don't make sense to me. If we can get 13 units at 900 square feet, why do I only have 7 units at 600 square feet? Is that because I don't have a second level, a second floor? This, I don't understand that.
The applicant made, again, there's a couple of things.
Educate me, please.
They had to meet parking for the number of units that was proposed. The allowable density is not predicated necessarily on the size. We, in our code, we equate a studio unit the same as a 6-bedroom unit. So in essence, you could do 13 units there, but if you could really fit them depending on the unit type is a question that would have to be looked at through the design. The project came in originally, I think it's 8 units. They had to reduce it by 1 in order to facilitate the parking as well as the additional setback and landscaping that's requested. I think between the first time it went to the planning zone and the second. So the unit type that they proposed meets the code in terms of density, but you're not required to max out the density. And neither are you required to have a minimum amount of density. You could build a unit there if you'd like. If that was their desires of that.
No, I understand what you're saying, but it just doesn't make sense to me because I'm going back to having to give up the right of way. If these are our standards and I can get 20 units max and it requires 14 parking spaces and we put these numbers together and each of the 20 units, it has to be 900 square feet. It should, I think, make sense that 7 units would be able to be bigger than 900 square feet.
Okay, that's what brought in the whole need for plan development in the first place, is that through a residential urban plan development, you can ask for waivers from the strict interpretation of the code. So in this case, they wanted a smaller unit size combined with communal living area that's not allowed as a straight permitted by right use. So you start off, they had the only way to get this unit type and this building configuration was through a residential urban plan development. And the only way to apply for that is to have a half an acre.
So one would think, and again, I'm just asking questions, why wouldn't we have a second floor to offset the need for that additional square footage? per unit.
That will be a design question for the architect and planner.
Because I do believe that the first drawing was 2 floors, wasn't it? Part of it was 2 floors, no? It just doesn't make sense to me, that the numbers that we have here, at 10 units, 900 square feet. For 5,000 square foot lot. This is a 22,000 square foot lot, and I'm getting less units and less square footage per unit. I don't understand the math.
I don't know how to explain it to you. So
I mean, I think that they're taking the 600, I think 7 apartments,
7 units.
Which are 600 square feet, and then adding, because there is a large common area, so they're, taking that as credit towards the 900.
But we're not showing it in the,
you wouldn't, because it's based on units, and the communal area under our code technically
Cannot
cannot
be
be added.
considered, okay.
to units.
So that's why it's not-
Clarification from the applicant was, if you divided by 7, the overall total area of the building, you'd have more than 900 square feet per unit.
But there
Okay.
is a condition of approval in the ordinance requiring the communal living area to equate to the 900. So that's in.
no, I understand that. We just didn't put it in the chart.
Yeah, it's just noted that there's a request for a waiver.
Okay, because I didn't know what the total square footage was for the communal area that we came to the final number on, because it's not in there.
Thank you. Commissioner McVoy?
My question is just procedural here, and I want to make sure we're doing this in the best possible fashion. This is listed as a quasi judicial meeting,
No.
potentially.
No.
And my question to the attorney is it wise for us to have part of it? So far, we have not opened it as a quasi judicial. Are there reasons why it might make sense to do that? And if so, should we formally swear in everybody who needs to be sworn in and hear any testimony that they need to give? And can you advise us on that?
The short answer is no, you do not need to do that. So the longer answer is the way your code is set up, first reading is your quasi judicial. You had that at first reading. There is no requirement having a quasi judicial at a second reading. Second reading could simply be what you did tonight, which was take a bunch of public comment, let everybody discuss it and answer questions that you have. You have the discretion to have decided to make it quasi judicial, particularly if there were some new facts that had a material impact on your previous decision. That didn't appear, I was here both, I didn't hear anything that sounded materially different, that was new evidence that would require you to reopen and hear more evidence.
Right.
Again, you have that discretion to do that, you're certainly not required to do it.
And there, I mean, I also didn't hear any new evidence. I heard.
And any request tonight for someone to do that. So
And I'm sure that the building has to be ADA compliant for.
It has to be, right.
Approve and give occupation.
Because this is, I mean, they have to go to the planning department and do all those.
It has to get a building permit.
right,
Right.
that's in the building permit, that's a little
Right.
premature. I mean, understand the concerns, but eventually the building official is gonna decide, the building department's gonna decide, is this eligible to receive a permit?
Right, so I just want to be clear, I think we all agree that we have not heard any new competent and substantial evidence, and therefore there is not a compelling reason to open a quasi judicial hearing.
I would agree with that statement.
I would agree with that.
I agree.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
this is not an easy decision for me, for sure. The mission is wonderful. And I've said it, about design is everything. You can pull the other string and says, don't let perfect get in the way of good. But clearly, the mission is what we're voting on and not planning. And we are here to set policy for planning. Planning and zoning has voted against it twice. We're going to ignore that. I thought that we were raising our standards on design and planning and development in Lake Worth Beach. The legal aspects of this, I don't think are finished, but because of the mission, is more important than planning is what we're going to decide. I am not going to regret voting for it, but I will because of the mission and the planning part of it. Clearly, if we don't follow the design guidelines, the major thoroughfare guidelines in the future, we are going down a lesser, we're not raising our standards, we're lowering our standards every time we allow a design that calls for a two-story building and calls for a lot of design issues that I had in the beginning. But it's so desired, that's the way the commission will go.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a second by Commissioner McCoy, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous, passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody, for your interest.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a little 5-minute break. It's 8:37. We'll be back here at 8:45. Item C.
Mike, try.
the Bloom. I'm sorry, we're not on yet.
Mhm.
We are?
Your mics are live.
Hi there, everybody.
Madam Mayor, it's 8:46 and we are back.
We're ready to roll. Item C, ordinances number 2118 and 2119, first reading. City attorney, will you please?
You're gonna hear that on the mic.
Yeah, but that's not gonna work. That Melissa crazy.
December 2021-19 of the city of Lake Worth Beach Farm and the city's official zoning map and design district. Use 60 highway and Public three on properties located at 706 South 8th Street, 710 South 8th Street, and more particularly described as exhibit A, fire accessibility, conflicts and an effective date.
Thank you.
Could you read the title for 2119 as well? Or do you want to, they're kind of, we combined these two. I can do my presentation and read it later.
We have to just pass.
Yeah, vote. Really. Well, I'll just get started on this. So for the record, Erin Cena, Assistant Director of Community Sustainability. We combined for city initiated amendments, we've been combining the future land use amendment and the zoning map amendments, just to kind of expedite things. This request is coming in it's a city initiated amendment on behalf of Dixie Capital Partners in coordination with the Lake Worth Beach Electric Utility. It's a request for a future land use amendment from mixed use east to public, and a rezoning from mixed use Dixie Highway to public on the properties located at 706 and 710 South H Street.
For the purposes of the public listening, could you slow down a little bit?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So here's the general location. It is in the southeast corner of 7th Avenue now, at 7th Avenue South and South H Street. Again, the addresses are 706 South H Street and 710 South H Street. And the existing land use on these properties is two single-family residential homes. The proposed use is an electrical substation. So here's kind of a background and analysis. I'll walk you through it. The proposed amendments are consistent with the comp plan, consistent with the strategic plan, and consistent with Florida statutes based on the data analysis in your staff report. And I will mention that per Florida statute 163-3208, substations are actually permitted in all future land use categories within the Florida statutes. So technically, a land use amendment and a rezoning are not actually required under state law. However, as we have a locally owned electric utility, it is our local policy that all of our public facilities should have the public future land use designation and the public zoning district designation. So while it is not required under state law, because these are considered essential service or essential facilities, it is the local preference or our local preference that these have this particular land use and this particular zoning. So the development of the substation would allow the property, the subject property, to eventually, to be a substation, and then would allow for the creation or the redevelopment of the existing substation, which is closer to the Dunkin' Donuts on 6th Avenue South, which is south of the Dunkin' Donuts property. And obviously, this is going to have an improved service capacity. It's going to, we have the electric utilities folks, they can give you all the bells and whistles for the new substation. You can see here, the first request is, here's the location, here's the future land use map, and then this is the from and to, next slide, and then the from and to and the zoning classification map as well.
I'm sorry, Erin, all we're seeing is City of Community Sustainability. None of the slides have advanced.
Oh,
right.
That's weird. It look okay here.
Are you seeing the slide?
All I see is community sustainability. That's what's showing on the website.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, there is a way to do it. I just don't remember exactly how, but that's happened before.
But the presentation was made verbally, so people could hear.
Mhm. What I can do is just share the map location.
Erin, do you want me to share my screen? I could probably pull it up and share my screen.
We're failing the office before it's all on the agenda, so we can look back up. So,
There we go.
So just to regroup, this is the site location map that we went through before for the folks at home. And then Melissa, if you can go back down 2 slides forward, please. You can see here's the future land use map. And then again, the next slide is the zoning map. If you can go to the final slide, please. So basically, we're at the end of the presentation. It wasn't a lengthy one, so that's good. At the September 1st Planning and Zoning Board meeting, the PZBU recommended unanimous approval of both the future land use map amendment and the zoning map amendment. A recommendation of approval is provided to the City Commission, and this is first reading.
Who owns the property?
So the property is owned by Dixie Capital. So this is part of this land use amendment and rezoning is the first step in the sale of the property to the city. And we have, again, folks who are more versed in the steps of that sale and transfer of property.
But we don't need to talk about that tonight.
It's not really the subject of the purpose.
Okay. So that's the presentation.
That's it.
Do I see I have a light on, Commissioner McFoy.
I'm just for my edification, maybe the community's edification, am I correct that the current substation is immediately north of those 2 buildings? Is that what I'm seeing on Google Earth here?
Of the proposed subject site. It's not, it's south of the Dunkin' Donuts property. We can pull it up in the aerial, the substation is at 610 South H Street. The subject properties are at 706 and 710 South H Street. It's the next one.
Yeah, so it's immediately north.
Sorry, I thought.
The properties we're changing are immediately south of the existing substation. And so is the idea that we would move from the existing substation location 2 houses down?
Yes.
There you go. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Good afternoon.
It's all right, Paul.
Mayor, Commissioner. All set?
The answer is yes.
What?
And
Remove the substation.
that, I guess the question is, why are we moving it 2 houses down? Just, again, so.
in.
Come on
All right, I was doing a cameo, Ed Liberty, Director of Electric Utility. We're not moving 2 houses down, we're moving 1 block south from where we are today. So the existing substation is a 1970 vintage substation. Power comes in at 26 kV, goes out at 4 kV. It's well beyond end of life. So the plan is to build a new substation on the new lots, which is 1 block south, and then be able to retire the existing station and then get rid of that property. In addition to picking up 4 critical circuits that are being fed out of the existing substation, the new substation will pick up at least 4 more, some of which are coming from the power plant 4 kV house, which dates to the 1950s, which supports large portions of the downtown.
Thank you.
So it's an upgrade to the substation. We need, looks like it's about the same space, but we need space to build it while the current one is still working.
Correct. This is one of the substations where we have the ability to build something new on a clean site that's not energized while we're trying to work on it,
Right.
which makes it that much safer for the people doing the work.
I like it. I sleep better at night.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a s-
I suppose I'll read the other one.
Oh, now read the other one.
Right, so-
19.
So I read 19 already, actually, for the Mallard Board.
Oh, my God.
That's why we paid you the big bucks.
I was gonna say, really?
She said 2 of them. So this is ordinance 2021-18 of the city of Wilford, which will amend the city's comprehensive plan future land use map to a small scale. The future land use FLU designation mixed use east and UE to the public FLU designation on property located at 706 South H Street, 710 South H Street, more fully described in Exhibit A, Brian 51 Field. And I suggest go makes the motion to make it clear whether you're
Hey, which one you're doing? Let's,
18 or 2021.
Motion to approve ordinance 2021-18 and 2021-19. Do I have to do them separately? Okay. Motion to approve 2021-18.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Motion to approve 2021-19.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion, passes unanimously. Okay, D, this is item D, ordinance 2021-15, second reading, amending the procurement code. City attorney, please read the ordinance.
And these numbers roll over 18, 19.
Oh.
Here we go.
Lawyers are not good at math.
21-15 is the ordinance of the city of Lake Forest Beach, amending the city's code of ordinances, chapter 2 administration, Article 14 purchasing, section 2-117. Assistance to local businesses and small businesses by expanding the use of local and small business preferences, adding a veterans business enterprise preference, and adding a green initiatives preference, and adding clarifications on the authorized preferences before the assessment of the preferences. Provide severability of appeal was accomplished application and an effective date. And I did have to ask Christie, why did we do in the order of preferences or preferences, but she assured me that's the way to do it.
Doesn't matter. Do I, is there a presentation? No? No is a good answer.
Presentation. I can summarize it again for you if you would like me to.
Do we need it?
No, I don't.
Again, I think we're good.
Good, yeah.
Thank you very much. You've done such a good job at explaining it to us the first time.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
From Commissioner Maliga, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up is the, next up is the unfinished business discussion regarding the education task force. Commissioner Stokes, would you like to begin since this is your baby?
Yes, it just, I'm sorry to provide backup, but the, I'm just trying to get a general direction from the commission as we move forward to solidifying this task force. So the first thing was about, do we want to wait for their full 2-year term to get a report for them, or do you want quarterly updates? So I'm assuming we would want quarterly updates.
Quarterly.
Yeah.
All right, and then, things, we did our first open process to appoint people, and we had a large turnout, and we ended up having 3, the structure of it was we had a chair, vice chair, secretary, and then 2 liaisons for each of the schools.
Mhm.
And then since then, we've had at least 1 or 2 people who can no longer serve.
Mhm.
So this was like where I really wanted to, instead of waiting for this thing to be drafted, I just wanted to get direction of, do we want to fill the vacancies and try to always have 2 people per school, or if there's at least 1 person per school? It's a little strange, and like, we don't really have other situations like this.
Well, it became 2 because we had such a large
Right,
outpouring.
yeah.
From your perspective of how the group is working, what's your position about 1 or 2 people?
I think it's fine. I've had somebody recently ask if they could join the task force, so I was, not familiar with the old system where once a year we get together and we appoint people to boards.
Mhm.
What happens if somebody resigns? Do we wait till the following year to fill those
But this
seats?
doesn't have a quorum issue. I
Right,
guess is the
right.
difference,
It
right?
doesn't have a quorum issue.
Right. So my suggestion would be that since Commissioner Stokes is the one most familiar with it, we would follow her lead in terms of how many people we need for each school.
And if we have at least 1 person per school, do we just want to wait till the next year to advertise?
I don't think we'd have to
vacancies?
wait. No, I don't think we'd have to wait. If you want to fill the position, I think we could put that out there. It's my own feeling. We
Right,
could put it out there, or you could decide we don't need 2 people at once at each school. But that, I'm as far as I'm concerned, and I only speak for myself, I will leave that up to you. But I think you could bring it back if you have an opening to.
okay. And I think it's, because we did agree on the new,
We did this
policy that's
that
gonna
way.
start in January, we applied it to the charter review, applied it to this. But I don't think we've worked out the details, so we don't have to decide it tonight, but now these are some of the things that are
Yeah,
coming up
okay.
as we move to that new approach, is how do we fill vacancies? Do we have not emergency, but do we
But
have?
that one, didn't we do the education group as a group? We didn't have, we did it the way we're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so we're gonna have to figure that out, quarterly updates, and then usually task force do have an end date. So I was thinking we would do 2 years because we did initially advertise as a 2-year term. And at that point, if they have more work to do, we can extend it, or if at that point we decide, let's go ahead, thanks for all the data, we're ready to turn you into an advisory board, we can do that. So those were just the quarterly updates, the 2-year end date, and then, figuring out how to fill vacancies. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that to you guys. I'm meeting, their next meeting's this Thursday.
How do we
So-
feel about, and this is a consensus because we're not really voting on it,
Right.
but how do we feel about opening it up to people? I mean, because there's some vacancies. I don't think we have to, I think we do it the way we did. If somebody wants to be on the board, they come up, they say, hi, this is the way I want to be on the board, and we vote on whether they get on the board or not.
So we can just do it for vacancies, we can just advertise it and do it the next available commission meeting and have 1, 2, however many people are interested in come and.
That would be my feeling. I don't know how you all feel.
I'm comfortable with that, and I will add that when we did it, the old procedure way back when, that was one of the critiques that was there, is that, well, you're only going to meet once a year to have this big process, what do you do for vacancies? And I always felt that, if
If
you
there's a
have to meet,
vacancy,
we'll deal with that.
Okay.
I think it's surmountable, and especially for this board, as the mayor proposes, if somebody is interested, have them come, we put it on the agenda, and we think we can deal with it.
If everyone's good with that, I'll move forward with that with Christie and the task force, and then hopefully we'll get this thing. Yes.
is that Commissioner Willie is like,
Will we be enlightened as to who is going to be representing what school on the board?
It should be up there, but yes,
Thank you.
I can, we already have the people that have been assigned, so. If we have not shared that, I will make sure that gets out to you.
And to follow up on Commissioner Malaga's question, does the city provide some sort of website or portion of our website that people could look that up?
Yeah, their meetings are on YouTube. This is why we want to get this in front of us, because when I asked Christie about this, like, can the city provide their website, their tech support and those kinds of things. So that's what we're going to be bringing back as part of this, is until this is like officially been ratified and everything else, where we've not been providing that other than just uploading a YouTube video to our channel. But once we have this cemented, then we'll be able to access those few basic services from the city, and it will be on our website. We're in limbo a little bit here, but yeah, it's going to be on our website moving forward.
Do we as a board need to do anything to help facilitate this, or is this?
No, I just wanted to clear up these things, so when I bring this back to you guys to vote on, that we're good to go.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is new business item B, which is the replat and renaming of a portion.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, the next item is going to be the discussion item regarding next steps for the Oceanfront
Oh,
Park.
okay, great, thank
Whole
you.
reason that Sally's in the audience.
I was gonna say, let's get that woman speaking, and Todd has also got a card.
Todd's sleeping.
Sally, did you fill out a card, darling?
Did I what? No, I didn't. I just.
Fill out a card while Todd talks.
Okay, I was
Todd.
aware that. you know-
Todd, you're up.
Did you say that?
Todd talk.
Todd talk. You have a minute and a half.
And I also have a comment, Madam Mayor.
Are we at 2 or 3 minutes?
Because I forgot what I wanted to say.
Madam
2
Vice
minutes.
Chair. 2? Okay, thank you.
What I'm gonna say is just gonna take a minute. First of all, I'm just loving all the work I'm seeing going on, all this progress. And this is not to try to set you up for our conversation later. I just wanted to say that I'm really looking forward to each one of your meetings with me on advanced planning coming up this week. I'm hoping that you all can make time for that. I came in and spoke to Sylvia, and she's Savina, yeah, who's really nice. And so she's trying to set me up with appointments with all of you for 30 minutes, not much time. And I just wanted to have that conversation with you about advanced planning. So that's it.
Just like end of life planning, like what am I talking?
Estate planning, really.
All I'm talking about is the beach and the strip.
I hear advance and I'm thinking.
I'm a little nervous.
I won't be, I'm going, I don't know, you're going, we're both going to Orlando. I won't be able to meet. I mean, there'll be plenty of opportunities to chat, but not before the next meeting.
Okay. Well, that's one, but maybe.
I told Sylvia Friday.
All right.
That was
Thank you.
Thanks. Now you can go back to sleep.
Now she can go home. Next up, the Mermaid of Lake Worth, Sally Welsh. Whoops, the mermaid, but not the ballerina.
I walk better in water. Hi, everyone. Sally Welsh, 6216 South Joshua Lane. I actually live in rural Lake Worth off of Lantana Road. Simply here in support of the pool, my passion, my love. I had hoped that you were voting on it. I wanted to witness anything. But we've had talks where, of course, size is lovely. But if we could just get something there. I've been close with Commissioner Herman over the years. We've done so much charrettes and everything. We're ready. And I'm just.
We are too.
And I still got, 400 people behind me that we wish we could be here because of the pandemic, but they Zoomed me. I was actually at work and got away from work. I go, I gotta hear this. I gotta see this, but it will be good. It will be good. And we know the ocean is not always appropriate. I can't tell you how many times I was sitting in there, the tourists came. Freezing, cold water, not needed. They wanted to sunbathe because it was too windy out there. Just please think about it.
So you know that we're having a workshop Monday night?
No.
We are having a workshop Monday night and there will be room for public comment.
Okay.
Bless our little pointed heads.
Do you have the time?
6 o'clock. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be, broadcast.
I'm sorry, 5 PM, Madam Mayor.
5 PM.
5 PM.
Yeah, that was wishful thinking on my part.
All Zoom.
All Zoom. No, but people, you can come. You can come.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's going to be just, this commission, as far as I'm concerned, is very committed to doing something. Now, it has to be financially feasible. That's going to be our bottom line. And it might involve, we don't know what it's going to involve, but Monday is kind of this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'd rather not have.
Right.
So please join us for that night at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Could I ask Sally,
Oh,
because she's a pretty special person in our community.
How are you, Commissioner?
I know that.
Congratulations. I didn't even get to congratulate anybody. I've been pretty busy working out of town, but very nice.
I know that we were hesitant for ballpark figures, but could you tell us approximately how many people you've taught to swim in this town?
Oh, gosh, I've been here 34 years, but I have moved around. I would say 10,000, easy. I remember Jane and I saw 3,000 campers a week in 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think it was closed because I had moved on. We opened back up. One hired me, we came back, limited hours, was hard.
Jane's still here.
Your swim team put in 3,000 bodies, just that one swim team. Those statistics I recall. It's been a few years and everything, but I can't tell you how many people came from out of the area. We documented. I had Boynton, I had Delray, I had people coming from Waxahachie because they said they couldn't get in anything out their area. So people will come. You build it, they will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sally. Well, we'll see. I know of everything she's done. And
Madam Mayor, I have one comment as well.
Oh, fine. Let's hear it.
Ryan Oblander, 1702 North A Street. It's time the members of the commission stop hiding behind workshops, charrettes, and endless requests for public comment and present their own thoughts and plans for revitalizing our oceanfront park complex using their own words and ideas and not just a regurgitation of staff comments. We have members of the business community on the beach just waiting for this commission to make a decision that will result in any hint of forward motion. The previous commission was vilified for their delay tactics, especially during an election season, of which we are fast approaching. Let's not have a campaign of empty promises and a perpetual kick the can session. Let's figure out what we want to do and find the money. That's the only comment.
Thank you. And I think that's the
helpful advice.
Helpful advice, and we're all with it. Okay, thank you very much. Next, the executive brief for the replat and renaming of a portion of the Hammond Park subdivision. Thank you. I try not to confuse you. Do we have a staff presentation?
We do, Madam Mayor. So I can just give this quickly from here. Erin Sita for the record with Community Sustainability. This is a plat of an existing subdivision, and it's now known as Aviera on the Avenue. It was previously Hammond Park. You can see here on the screen, you can see the location. And what's kind of interesting about this is the townhomes that are all the way, or the structures that look like townhomes all the way on the eastern portion of the subdivision along North J Street are actually in the Northeast Lucerne Historic District. It's the only part of the subdivision that is in the historic district. Just some background, Hammond Park originally started back in 2004 and had multiple amendments that basically allowed for the construction of the Publix that's now there. In 2015, there was an approval for a major residential plan development, and which is the area now known as Aviera on the Avenue. And that revised the floor plans, and it basically changed that particular development, that portion of the development, from a townhome development to a multifamily development. And that leads us to one of the conditions of approval of that plan development, which require, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, that the property should be replatted to reflect the conversion from the townhouse to the multifamily condominium structure. The original approval was in Hammond Park was that this whole area was a townhome, or one of the later approvals, I'm not sure. Eventually it got to be townhomes, and it was platted as townhomes. Well, when you have apartment buildings, you can't have your lot be a fee simple townhome. So you have to correct that before the CO is issued. So we're here because we are actually required to be here. Platting is functionally a very technical exercise. In 2019, building permits were submitted. The development is basically constructed. They have a couple TCOs, and they'd like their CO. This is what
Temporary.
certificate of occupancy, not your certificate of occupancy. So we will not give them their CO until they get a plat, and they're very excited about getting a plat. So you can see this is what a plat looks like, and it goes through a very technical review process on our end. We have an engineering consultant that reviews it, our own staff reviews it, and we also review it for consistency with the conditions of approval of the original approval. And in this one, we also make sure that the easements all work together. We worked with the applicant to make sure that the roadways and the easements were clearly addressed on the plat, to make sure that the existing townhome property and then the proposed condominium could drive on each other's roads. And so we worked out that language, and that's all in there. And again, we have to be here because we required ourselves to be here. And so we're here. And we had a unanimous vote of approval from both the Planning and Zoning Board and the Historic Preservation Board. Again, that funny little wrinkle, a tiny piece is in the Historic District, so it went to both advisory boards. And a recommendation of approval is provided to you all this evening.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I just have one question on J Street. There's 3 bump outs which take up like really interesting parking. And people have asked me, why are there so many bump outs on J Street just north of the Publix?
I think that was part of how that got approved.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it, it really takes up like at least 1 parking space on J Street. But that's.
Listen, I have one question too.
Okay.
Is this typical that we replat after the whole thing has been built?
So a lot of times, this is the final plat. So typically, it's honestly an existing and completely built, nearly built out cities. Going through a preliminary plat process is not typical. Really, when you think of a preliminary plat and a pre-approval of a plat, you're creating streets, you're creating a neighborhood. Most of our development is infill development on single parcels. And so typically a plat, the way we would do platting, would be required as a condition of approval of the plan development. But if you were, let's say, in suburban Palm Beach County and you wanted to build a neighborhood, you would plat the lots and the streets, and you would build a neighborhood kind of like a preliminary plat. And then you come back through the final plat process when you've finalize like where all your water lines are going to go, because you think you know where they're going to go, and then you build it and you're like, oh, maybe it's over here a little bit more than we planned. So So then you finalize your easements. So yes, it's typical for us. It's not always.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up is.
Did we vote?
Yeah, we did.
We did, yep, we voted, yeah.
Okay.
Next is item C, interlocal agreement with Lake Worth Beach CRA to cover costs for downtown property public outreach and master plan development. This is that interlocal regarding the L&M project and the Treasure Coast Regional Planning. I think we've talked about this. Do we need any staff?
This is just a two-part agreement. This is a mention to city and CRA. You've already approved the one between the Treasure Coast Regional Planning and the city.
So this binds them to pay for it, essentially. Yeah, okay.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Item E, resolution 80-2021, approving the 2022 agreement with the supervisor of elections and establish.
Oh,
Skip one, Madam Mayor.
79-20 first.
Sorry about that.
Sort of similar. One
Okay, sorry.
easily overlook it.
79-2020, I withdraw that. Item D, 79, resolution number 79-2021, first operating budget amendment to reflect the contribution to the CRA and subsequent payment for the master plan study. Is there a presentation from staff? Do I have a motion?
Yeah, sure.
The understanding that this is going to take a year. Right, we all understand that, right?
yes.
The public.
At the most, we can always make it quicker. if we want to.
Emotion.
You made a
I
motion?
think I motioned.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all right, thank you. Now we're on the 80-2021. Approving the 2022 agreement with the supervisor of elections, establishing the city's canvassing board for the March 2022 election. Do we have anything from the city attorney on this?
This is just the new supervisor election agreement. Pretty much it.
Okay, do I have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
If you want to conduct the election, this is-
If you want elections, you're gonna do it.
We negotiate a little bit with her. I mean, she has a standard agreement for all cities.
So do we need do I have a motion for that?
And do we want to briefly explain what it does? I think it's like 2 sentences worth of.
It's using her equipment,
And her board,
and her.
unless there's a
Right.
runoff or something
To
like that.
conduct the election, yeah, their canvassing board, from the city canvassing board to the county canvassing board. And- But it's mainly, again, her equipment and personnel, and, running the election along with our staff.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item F, we've done. Item G, consideration of the city manager agreement with Carmen Davis. City attorney, you want to go over a little bit?
Sure. As you all know from our multiple conversations, it's a pleasure to negotiate this agreement.
Good night.
As I think I've told each one of the individually, I hope she negotiates this well for all the city projects. She did a very good job. She's very excited about coming to the city. She's actively looking for somewhere to live and is ideally going to move straight into the city. And not take advantage of the 6-month window that you all provided her unless there's no other choice. She's planning on starting that first week in December 6th.
Is that in the contract?
Yeah, that's the start date, December 6th. So she'll be December 6th. And I've outlined in my cover letter all the financial and other terms. If you have any questions about any of it, happy to answer.
Do I have a motion?
Wonderfully to approve this contract.
That was a wonderful.
That was a stunning motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Do we have any public?
Do we have any public comment? Thank you.
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Welcome, Carmen.
Welcome, Carmen. Get here.
So she's watching.
Yeah.
Hi, Carmen. Poor soul. Wait, she may have changed her mind.
Make sure
She's been very brave and watched our meetings every time. Okey doke, ordinance number 2021-20 for, oh, here we go. First reading for the ballot language, we have a lot of
Okay.
similar things. Please read the ordinance.
Ordinance number 2021-21 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8, 2022, as to whether section 4 of Article 5 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide a candidate who qualifies for a runoff election the option of conceding the runoff election within a time certain. Right for notice and advertising of the referendum. Right for the referendum candidates.
Do I have a motion?
I have a question.
Okay.
I read through this multiple times. I read through all of these multiple times. My only question is, I don't see language as to which election it starts at. So let's just say in 2022, yes, this passes. Does it start with that election in 2022, or does it go to the, it doesn't say that in here, but anywhere.
We could make that clear and we can revise that.
I think that needs to be revised.
Which, are you talking about all of them or
Well,
just the
especially with-
term limits?
Well, especially with the term limits, I mean, any of them, it doesn't state which election it will start with. And I think that's important.
Right, I mean, generally, it's understood that it's not going to start with that election. If they're running for that election. We could certainly add a paragraph that makes it clear in all of them that this shall be effective upon passage by the voters.
Right, but for things like,
Anything subsequent to that, so.
right, for the term limits, I mean, just to grab one, which seems like the easiest one, that would not, it's not applied retroactively.
Right, but is it gonna be starting at that exact, so for 2022, whoever wins that election, does that start their clock?
Yes.
No.
Well, again, we're on the
Because it's not retroactive.
runoff one, but
No, we're on the first one is the.
Yeah, there's no term
yeah,
limits.
again, this is a book, I'm sorry. is in-
It's on the right, yeah.
order. Okay. I mean,
When we voted the 3-year terms in, I don't think those start, the people who won served a 2-year term that same time that the 3-year terms were voted in, and then the next group, the
That's
3-year term.
vaguely my recollection.
And does, we have to go through all, I want to
Yeah.
make sure that it says in the runoff election, like, does it start with this election? So we just, I'd like it to be clear for the voters.
Well, it couldn't really start with this election, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, that because we wouldn't know the results of, because this is on the day of the ballot.
Right, but I'm just saying for the voters' education, it should state
It would start with the next election, right?
And
effective election, March, whatever our next election is.
That's fine.
But the other real question, since we're now on that one, I'm gonna need to read that title, for some reason it's not in the book. So,
21,
Matt, maybe you could read 20, if you don't mind.
I have to charge it for the service.
and,
Thank you.
Usually I don't.
I'm definitely not trying to throw any,
No.
Wrenches in
I
it.
actually wanted to ask a question about this one, but I read it wrong. 2021-20 is
Language, term limits.
by calling for a referendum of the qualified elected city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8, 2022, as to whether section 2 of Article 3 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide term limits for the positions of mayor and commissioners, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, private severability, codification, appeal, of local conflicting laws, and effective date. So I could define that in Mr. Liga, because this is what I did want to have a discussion with you on. And another question, but part of your question, but also how long do people sit out? So this says you can't run more than 2 times, right? So you run for election
2 consecutive.
2 consecutive times. Can you wait 3 years and then run again?
or a year,
Or 1 year?
Yeah.
Right, that.
it's consecutive.
So
Well, but our terms are 3-year terms, so you wouldn't run again the following year.
Well,
Well, they're talking about later down the road.
You could conceivably move districts.
Right.
But that wouldn't be the same seat, so it wouldn't
Right,
apply.
exactly.
That's why we need clarity.
Clear. Well, let's say you're a commissioner and you switch, you come up again and whenever the next one is, less than 3 years, and you run as a commissioner, a different one. Is it a different?
Or you could run 3
I don't
years
think
as a
you can do
commissioner,
it, but
3 years as a mayor, 3 years as a mayor. 3 years as a commissioner. I mean, so
Right.
this was the one that I thought might need to come back next week for another first reading because we didn't really flesh out some of those questions. So that's the one question. Is it limited to being a commissioner, no matter what seat, or do you want to limit it to a particular seat? Right now, it's any commissioner. So other than mayor, you would all have 6 years total to serve as a commissioner. Then you're done.
Per one district, but if you moved,
Well, we didn't say that here.
Right.
And that's the question. Do you want to limit it to one district? So that's question one. Do you want to limit it to one
Okay.
district? Question two is, do you want a mandatory kind of cooling off period?
And how long should it be if you don't?
I would say, I mean, a minimum of one term. You know, you
One term.
can, let's say Commissioner McBoy was gonna, well, let's not use him because he's about to be, we got a collection coming up. Commissioner Maliga serves, 2 terms or 3, actually 3 terms. She
I
can.
might not even finish my first term.
I know, but it's so moving so fast. But, and we would be able to, if we wanted to, have 3 terms because this is not retroactive, but could she then run for mayor?
The way it's written now.
Right,
yes.
okay. Could she move to Commissioner Stokes and run for a different city commission
Those are
position?
the things we want to clarify.
Okay, I think, couldn't we just add a sentence that says, any 2 terms must be for any seat must be separated or, paused or whatever the word would be for 1 term.
So, yes, we could. The question is, let's make believe Commissioner McBoy serves 6 years,
Right,
then he's finished.
Right.
Someone else wins.
right.
That person moves away a year into the term. Could the commission appoint him for those next 2 years, or is it to set the whole 3-year term? Or are you just sitting out 1 year? I mean, what you said before was you said a whole term. So if you
Yeah.
have to sit out a whole 3 years, or any one of you sit out a whole 3 years, no matter what happened to that seat in the intervening 3 years. And that's fine, but that's the policy
Hmm.
kind of discussion.
And it has happened that people moved away.
People leave.
Mayor Varela moved away, and so we had to punt as to what.
I see a light on.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I actually raised the question with the clerk on needing clarity on the agenda item.
Mhm.
If you don't mind, I'd like to ask Melissa, our clerk. Melissa, you participating in all the charter review committee meetings. What was the spirit of the intent of the term limits and the cooling out period? And was it discussed among the charter review committee members?
Yes, I believe it was for a term, and also it was, say you were a commissioner and you served 2 terms, you could then run for mayor
Right,
and serve for 2 terms, and then, well, see, that's why it needs to be fleshed out. And Glenn, I did email Jen to ask for clarification, and she was gonna look into it.
Yes, and again, a different city, Highland Beach,
right.
their charter amendment, they have one that's similar. They're doing 3 3-year terms. So that's 9 years altogether.
Hmm.
And that's something quirky, but you can serve as an elected official up to 12 years. So you could be 3 years, 3 terms as the mayor, 9 years, and a term as a
So
commissioner.
they're putting a set time on how long you can be an elected official.
Right, and that made
So
it,
that they don't care where you sit, you
Yeah.
get 12 years total
right, and then you have to sit out a year, and then you could run again,
for another 12.
another 12 years.
Oh, my God.
Madam Mayor, if I'm
Yes.
finished, ultimately, you have to make a decision as a policy board on how you want to do it, but you also tasked the charter review committee members, and they spent an enormous amount of time going through this stuff,
Yeah.
so I wanted to make sure it was out on the table, what their spirit of what their recommendation was, and ultimately you decide how you want, but it sounds like they were pretty clear
1
on
term.
their intent,
Mhm.
on the spirit of what their recommendation was, so.
So once, after, if we want to go 9 years, God bless us. If 6 years, let's say it's 6 years, we could drop out and then sit out a term and then come back and run for the same seat,
Yes.
correct? I mean, whether,
If you put that in, that you want to sit out.
But the charter review team did not put that in here.
whether they put a
I don't know
term,
if they got to that level of detail.
That's what we're asking Melissa.
Hi, Melissa.
Yeah.
No,
They-
no.
My recollection is they talked about sitting out for 1 term, but they didn't think about Because they said if you're a commissioner, you could then run for mayor without sitting out for a term.
Right.
Then subsequently, could you then run for commissioner again and then run for mayor and therefore really not ever sit out?
That's an interesting.
Right, that's the conundrum, that when you get into term
That's a
limits.
quandary. Yeah.
Ooh, she's gone.
Whoops.
Okay.
It's very strict. You could say 6 years, and then you gotta sit at a term, no matter what seat, that would be the strictest term.
We lost the connection.
Or you could say.
Oh, wait. Here we go.
Back. We lost you.
Welcome back.
If the charter review team said 2 consecutive years in one seat and then run for, like mayor could run for commissioner,
Right.
commissioner could run for mayor, then we would just have to figure out how to add in, a mandatory.
You want to run for the,
Isn't that term limits though? Isn't that why we have term limits, is to have term limits?
You always get litigation on term limits if you don't spell it out as to what did that mean? That
Right.
means forever or never? And Hunter's Gardens, they had lawsuits 5 or 6 years ago because somebody sat out a year and he ran again. And the question was he allowed to run again?
Yes.
because the charter didn't specify.
Didn't specify.
So let's make sure we
Right.
specify.
We need to be specific.
Have we established that we're going to have a charter review every 5 years?
That's
I think we talked about that. I don't think we,
Not officially, but it's.
but you can always come back and do
Racial
it.
question, yeah.
I would like to solidify that decision as well, because it may then be addressed in 5 years.
But if people are happy, I mean, I think that we should leave it up to the people in 5 years to see what's going on then.
But establish that we will review it in every 5 years, because it was 20 years before we reviewed the charter.
Sure, have at it.
I mean, we've all been part of the community for a long time in different ranges, right?
Mhm.
I think in this, because this conversation can go down so many paths,
Really?
to simplify it, I think if you just focus on the spirit of why this conversation came up, you don't have to look very far back in the rears to understand probably what the Charter Review Committee's intent was about talking about term limits. And essentially, and not to put words in your mouth, is serve 2 terms, take a break for X period of time, and then let somebody else, run for office and get in the mix. And by that time, you've had a year off, or maybe 2 years off, and then you can get back into community running for office.
That's it's a pretty strict interpretation, but I think it's a good one because it is very clear.
Right. The danger is there's 99 versions. As you're discovering where to go, my advice is just recognize the spirit of the intent behind what the recommendation was and look at our local community in the way it's been the last 15, 20 years. And maybe use that to come up with something specific that's not overly complicated.
So if someone was the commissioner in District 3 for 2 terms, 6 years, and they wanted to run for mayor, they could do that. If they wanted to continue as the commissioner for District 3, they would have to sit out a term and then run again the next go around. I think that's pretty.
That's fair. I think
Let's keep it simple.
So we will let language that says you have to sit out a full term.
Yeah,
to run for the same seat.
right.
I think it's gonna be
I
imperative.
moved to District.
Yeah, that's the
1
next
and run
question.
for that
So,
seat.
right, now
The
you,
next question is,
Not that I
is
would,
it a commissioner, no matter where you're?
I think
sitting,
it's a commissioner. I think
or
it
is
just-
You can move from seat to seat.
Well, 2 and 4 are a weird thing because their term would come up and they'd have to wait before they could run for mayor. Because they don't run at the same time as the mayor's election. So if,
so,
like, remember, 2 and 4 are coming up this year.
What if
So-
moved into your district and ran District 3?
That's, the moving thing is
I think
strange.
really Commissioner Maliga's question is, is it 6 years in a seat,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, or was
Yeah.
it 6 years as a
Total.
commissioner?
6 years total as a commissioner, or is it representing that district?
my gut says 2 terms as commissioner in a district,
Mhm.
sit out 3 years, sit out a term, and then if you want to go to another district, but otherwise I can just see, because we have had in the past,
Oh, people
in the
move?
deep
Oh,
past,
Oh, yeah.
we've had people that had never lived in the city.
Mhm.
I remember them. If
You have
you,
people own and then rent in another district to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
so my gut would say, you can go from commissioner to mayor, mayor to commissioner,
Mhm.
but not commissioner, any place, right?
Yeah.
right.
You have to
And
set
some
up a
people
full term.
question what are term limits for if you can come back, but I discount that argument because to sit down now that there were 3-year terms too, you're sitting out a good long time, you know, things cooled off and, you know, things change. God, you might never want to come back.
Right.
Distinct possibility.
Commissioner for 6 years.
Right.
You can then run for mayor for 6 years.
Right.
And you then run for commissioner.
Oh, then can you go back?
Or you're gonna have that 12.
I think we should have a 12-year total. I mean,
12 year
personally,
cap. It says, if you did that, then you can't run again for commissioner unless you sit out a full term. That's a
Right.
question, not a statement. It's a question of that.
It's a question. Okay, so McVoy has got 6 years in and now he runs for mayor and he wins. And now 6 years is up. And now he wants to go back to run. But there would be a natural gap because of the,
Anyways.
right, there's a time because we don't all
Well,
get.
that's only because you're in different seats.
Right, that's why for them.
You picked Commissioner Stokes or Commissioner Leader as
Yeah.
an example. They could have consecutive boom, 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 12 years. And then 15.
I would be divorced, just saying.
I think we all would.
Yeah, really.
Many of us would.
Well, but who runs with the mayor? It's, yeah,
One and three.
1, 3, the mayor.
so 1 and 3, so the 2 and 4 would be, if their 6-year terms, 6-year terms are up, they would just, by practicality, would have to wait a year to run anyplace else.
But that's not a full term. It's only a year.
I like
And I'm saying stay at full time. Oh, I see what you're saying,
I
right?
like the cap on the years. I mean, they want term limits. They're asking for term limits. I personally think 2 6-year terms in each position, 12 years max.
I've got no.
And that, I mean, you could be a commissioner, you could lose, you could come back and run again. You could win. Now you have your 2 3-year terms of 6, and then you could go, I mean, there's so many different variations, right? But I think a 12-year, I mean, the community is speaking, and again, we're putting it on the ballot. It might not get voted on. We don't know. But the people who want term limits want term
The
limits.
intent you're saying is then to have it, if Bobby wants to be involved in local politics, he has a total of 12 years to be an elected official.
In the city like we're.
He can never come back?
Then you
Even
have to sit
after
out
3
3 years. Then you can come back after 3 years.
See, I don't think.
See, you're not saying that.
I don't think that's the intention of the
No.
charter. That's just my opinion from hearing what the people have said.
You think 12 years and that's it.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
think that they want to
never
see
come
the same
back.
faces up here, no
Right.
matter what
But
seat
what
they're
if-
sitting in.
What if, okay, well, and I'm just plain devil's advocate.
Yeah,
Young guy, 30 years old, runs, he's, and then he goes away, he's like, oh, I'm gonna raise my family now. And 10 years later, he says, I wanna run, my kids are in school, I wanna run now. I don't really have a problem
he's
with
got
it.
9 years to be able to, if he has already served 3 and he left, he's
Well,
still
no,
has
let's
9
say-
years left.
What if there's 12, for example? What if?
Yeah, what if he's-
So 42,
He comes back at 70.
back at 87 or 60.
Well, hopefully we'll have a.
In our
charter
7
review.
square miles, that's an anomaly.
What?
In our 7 square miles, that would be an anomaly. That would.
We've had people come back.
And Dave
We've had
Stewart
people
was a
come back.
long time.
That's
ago.
Lantana. I think if you stick to, and again, I don't vote on this, just understanding being here. I think the spirit is to encourage people,
Real term limits,
term out, bring in new, fresh faces, new ideas,
fresh energy.
keep that wheel going. And again,
I mean, I've had people email me and say that they don't think 2 terms, they think a 3-term max at 3 years, 9 years. and one seat
I've heard that as well.
From outside, but I mean, this is what the charter review
Yeah.
team has recommended.
I mean,
If it passes, it passes. If it, I mean, that's why we're putting it on the ballot.
Well.
Yes,
I think that it should be maxed.
I tend to agree with that it should be a max and I don't know what we do that the charter committee didn't, the review committee didn't suggest the 3 terms, because I tend to think 3 total is pretty reasonable.
But they didn't. They said 2, so.
I mean, we don't have to agree with them, but we did ask them to make the recommendations. And I thought about 3, I thought about 2. I don't know.
I feel like the other, with the spirit of this and given, the history of Lake Worth, I think some of what they didn't like is it seemed like there was a majority that always ran together, that stayed in and were forever, where I think if you are, it's like always a hard thing, right? If you have some mayor that's doing the most amazing job in the world, and they serve for 12 years, and then they take off 3 years in order to like have to run again, like they've lost that incumbent advantage, they've lost that momentum. In order for them to run and challenge another sitting mayor, they would have had to done a really amazing job and gathered a ton of community support. It's not just this machine that keeps going and
Right.
going and going and going. That, I think that's the cooling off period. So I know it'd be sad. I have one politician who's my absolute favorite politician in the world, and I would hate to, but I agree with term limits, but it's just, I guess I think if you serve 12 years, you'd have a cooling off period, and you want to serve another 12, and you're doing an amazing job. I don't know. if
But
that would happen,
what Sarah's saying is that wouldn't happen.
But
Well, that's why they want term limits. They don't want the same people up here. And it also discourages, I mean, my opinion, it discourages people from, and like in district.
Well, that's why I like
running
term. Well,
because they
any
just feel like
district.
They don't have a shot.
Any district, and I,
Well, they'd have that, they would have, the District 1 commissioner would only be able to serve 6 terms, then someone new would have a shot.
6 years.
And if they do a good job, then they'll have their 6 years. And then if you're a mayor, someone new will have a shot. And if they do a good job and the old mayor wants to come back and challenge them, if they had such overwhelming support, then I don't know. There's like so many different cases
Yeah.
that you could go down and all this stuff, but I'm fine with the,
12 years.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I took the opportunity to text Ramsey Stevens, who's the chair of the Charter Review Committee.
Okay.
And so he said his understanding was that the Charter Review Committee recommended 2 terms in a row in a given seat. So you could return to that same seat, you just have to take an intentional or forced break. And then I asked him, so could a commissioner run for mayor without a break? And he said, yes.
Right.
So those are the permutations that would, I guess you would have, because they didn't give direction beyond that.
Right, and they didn't say, we're talking now about.
They were specific to it being the current seat.
Oh,
All right, well, I mean, that simplifies a little more.
Yeah, I don't think they talked about, and, Melissa, you were at all those meetings, not only some of them, I don't think they talked about jumping from seat 1 to seat 2.
right.
I don't think they even thought about, remember, they had a compressed timeframe.
Right.
Looking at the whole charter, they came up with a few recommendations in a short period of time.
Okay.
Well, she just said that a single seat, so commissioner to mayor is fine, or mayor to commissioner.
Right.
But if you want to take, which is 2 3-year terms would be 6 years, then you'd have to take a break to run for that commission seat or the mayor seat again.
Yeah.
What we need clarity is, how do you want to define the cooling period? Is it a year? Is it 2?
I think it's a term.
Term?
I think it's a term.
it's just weird because
The mayor and the commissioners run at different times.
For me and you and Betty, it makes sense for it to be a full term.
Right.
For Chris and Herman, or whoever, I'm just using us as
Yeah.
representatives. But for Chris and Herman, if they did their 6 years, and then it's 2 more years that they've cooled off, they have to wait 5 years
Okay.
to run for mayor. That seems strange to me, where just because 1 and 3 happen to run at the same time as the mayor, their cooling off period is 3 years, but 2 and 4 don't, so they have to cool off for the remainder of that term, which would be 2 years plus an
another
additional,
term.
unless somebody, it just seems,
I think it should be a 2-year cooling off period then, without.
or the next
A
election.
2-year cooling off period would cover everybody.
Cover everybody.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, sure, there's always that unlikely event that commissioner in seat 1 moves off for 2 years and then gets appointed to fill 1 year of remaining.
Yeah, that's very unlikely.
Now you're getting into too many crazy
That's what I
permutations.
said, it's got to be a mandatory, okay, let's say 2-year cooling off period.
Because then somebody could run.
2-year vacation, let's call it.
Yeah, 2-year vacation.
is there any,
Gathering your senses.
Glenn, I have a question just about, so if this year the election's on March 9th, then in 2 years, election's on March 5th, you haven't done you've done 3 days shy of, 4 days shy of the full 2 years. Are you not allowed now to run? I know, I just want to make sure that it happens. I'm not trying to be a pain, but
How about a leap year?
That is a good point.
It's a good point. Make it 23 months.
Yeah, because of the likelihood of,
Right.
yeah.
But that's what's good about this kind of conversation.
Right.
Because 6, 7, 7 has it better than 1 or 2. or
No,
all
it's
different
what's good
recommendations.
about having a mathematician on.
Right.
Really?
Too.
Okay, so,
Get all that in.
Recap what I think we're gonna.
Leap year?
let's hear
We only
from,
get 75 words on the ballot,
Yeah,
Yes.
that's.
so we
what
need to be
I'm-
very conscious of that.
Yes, yes. I
Because
think
I'm
we-
looking at what we have here and I don't know, I don't know how close we are.
Well,
he'll redo
I'd
it.
like to change this, bring it back next week for first reading. We'll meet on the 9th. It'll still make our second reading date,
Okay.
right, Melissa? We'll still be able to.
We're meeting on the 9th?
What do we mean?
Monday.
I'm sorry.
That's a workshop.
That's a
Monday night.
workshop.
16th is the next regular.
16. Then the second reading would be December 7th.
Is that too late?
It puts us right up against the wire.
It does.
Well, I'm supposed to turn them in on December 3rd, but I did get leeway to do it on the 8th. And what I could do is, or what I intend to do is send the potential language as early as possible and just let her know this one might be changing, but at least they'd have sort of a heads up about it.
And the other 3 will be all done by November 15th then. So the supervisor will have 3 then in final form, and the 4th one will pass on first reading on the 15th.
We haven't started talking about the other.
Yeah, I don't know. We're getting that optimistic.
And there are 4 more, Mr. City Attorney.
But this is the most math challenged one.
And this is the one, the reason why I think the mayor had a conversation with the clerk of putting on this agenda, not waiting until the 15th.
Yeah.
So that we had this opportunity.
Okay.
to flesh
Which
this
is a
out.
good idea. Thank you.
Okay, so I do my best. Okay, so we're talking about 2 3-year terms as a mayor or commissioner,
So 2, 3 terms in a given seat? No, you can't say that.
because mayor and commissioners are different, right? And then a 23-month gap after the year 6 years to run for any seat.
No, to run for the same seat. Because we said you could be commissioner
Question,
2 terms and then run for mayor,
right?
but so you don't have to take a break. If you're commissioner for 6 years, you could then run for
That's a
mayor.
different seat though, right?
Right,
I agree. But then if you've done if you've done now 12 years,
then you have to take a break.
you have to take a break. You can come back, but you have to.
And that's 12-year cap.
You might just be in the loony bin for your break.
I know.
6 years as a
Be
commissioner,
dead.
any seat, 6 years as a mayor, combine them into 12. You gotta take 23 months off.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
I'm
works.
okay with that.
Me too.
Listen,
Does that seem to people, I mean, what I'm hearing is somebody conceivably could serve 12 years,
right?
go out for approximately 2 years and do another 12 years.
Mhm.
Well, right now you've got a 12-year cap unless you're gonna go back to, are you gonna allow that 42-year-old back at age 70?
It sounds so old when you
Hey.
like that.
Well, that's,
Hey, honey.
you're there, girl.
Speak for yourself.
Or no?
No, I think it would be another 12 years.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, they start over again.
I just don't. see
I mean, these are
that.
very, exactly, when you're like overthinking this one, just
If somebody gets mad about this, they have 12 years
to change it.
to add another
Right.
thing.
Okay.
And again, we're assuming that this is gonna pass on the ballot.
Mhm.
And 12 years is a hard cap, it's not 12 years, sit out 23 months, and come back.
Right.
Well, no, 12 years, and then you can sit out,
Then you come back.
start over again.
Okay.
So we don't have the 12-year cap, I don't think.
Right.
12 years and then a break.
Proposed, but
12 years in a break. If somebody wants to come back for more abuse, let them.
I guess my question to the commission would just be, if the community has spoken a desire for term limits, which I kind of get a sense that they have.
Right.
And we tell them, here, you can serve with a little break up to 24 years, or actually, you could serve even more than that. The way we're writing it, you could do it 36 years with a 2-year break or 23.
Do you really think someone's gonna sit? on
Is
this
that
board for
really gonna
36?
feel like we've listened to the community about term limits? And I don't have any stake one way or the other.
Right.
I can tell you, I'm not serving 6 years.
Travis says you have to be 18 to serve.
Well, but
Is there a minimum age to serve?
I think you've got to be at least 18.
18,
Yeah.
Registered voter, she has to be a registered voter.
registered voter.
Okay,
We're good? Moving
Are we
on.
good?
Yeah, moving right along.
I'm sure what you're talking about.
I mean, and that's.
But you do lose, listen.
Maliga's one that says 12 years and you're out.
Well,
But
That's not what the charter review team,
Mhm.
Mr. Stevens just told Melissa, it's not what their intention is.
right. Because listen, if, I think the point of a term limit is breaking that incumbency.
Cycle, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's my understanding.
it's not planning and zoning.
Okay.
okay, so we do achieve that by putting in the 23 months thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have clear direction as much?
Sorry, guys.
Because if we don't,
Almost 6 years, either as mayor or commissioner. All go together if you're both mayor and commissioner. But whenever that break is, whether it's 6 years or 12 years, you guys have 23 months.
Yep.
Yep. Okay,
I'm writing this in 75 words.
so we're not gonna vote on this tonight? Or do we need to fix it? Okay.
Changes.
Okay, next one.
The next.
We need
Before
to
we
vote-
delve into the next one, how about a motion to
I
extend
was
to
just gonna say
11?
we need to
have
vote
8
about
minutes.
another.
Motion to approve to go to 10 to 11. It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
Well, it's almost 10. We're gonna go
It's
past
8
10.
minutes until 10.
Yeah,
I don't think
go
we're gonna
past
go
10.
through the next 4 in 8 minutes.
We can leave earlier than 11.
Right, and we don't have to take a 23-month break to do it. So go ahead and make the motion and.
Somebody make a motion. Somebody make a
Motion to
motion.
extend.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And we better not stay here till 11.
No, let's not.
No.
All right, the next one is 2021.
I'll read that one.
Why don't you read that
I
one?
read that one by mistake before.
Go ahead.
2021, City of Lake Forest Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the City of Lake Forest Beach to be held on March 8, 2022, as to whether section 4 or 5 of the City of Lake Forest Beach Charter shall be amended to grant a candidate who qualifies for a runoff election, the option of conceding the runoff election within a time certain, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification, repeal of conflicting ordinance laws and an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Hang on, again.
Yeah, wait, we have to.
Is there anything in here that says, because I just want people who are listening to know that if by chance this passes and then there's a runoff on the same election, it's not effective right then and there.
It's the next year.
It's the next election cycle,
Right.
not the
Good
next,
point.
Correct, so this March's election,
right? Does
Can't
not
have a runoff.
qualify.
right? there's no-
Regardless.
It would
of
be
the
March of
outcome.
Doesn't matter.
2024,
There has
unless
to-
there was a special election.
Right. There has to be a runoff this time. It's gonna be a runoff.
Okay, motion to approve.
Yep.
Well, this one and some of the other ones, I just feel like the language just feels so legal.
Well,
It has to be legal.
Would be.
It
That's
will.
right. You did your job.
I hope
It's
so.
like, I understand that, but I think, in Maine or something, League of Women Voters there had convinced the state to pass a law that it had to, anything on the ballot had to read it in 7th grade.
Yeah, but if you read the actual language, it's not that legal.
With all due respect to our lawyer.
And I deserve that respect as a member of the United States Supreme Court Bar.
I completely agree.
So, I mean, shall the city of Lake Worth Beach amend its charter at Article V, Section 4 to provide that a candidate who qualifies for runoff is authorized to concede the runoff within 48 hours of the certification of the election results, thereby doing away with the need for runoff election and allowing the remaining candidate to be duly elected.
That's,
I mean, it
that's
sounded
9th grade.
Good at the beginning, and then it kind of, it's just long.
Well, yeah, but
And
we-
like, it's a all this runoff, run on, like, it's long.
Shorter.
Are we gonna put like
Be sure.
summaries of these up on our website or like give like summaries
Hopefully.
somehow to the people that,
You can't put it on the
We can
ballot,
educate.
right?
but you can put it elsewhere, I believe.
We can educate.
Correct?
Yeah, I mean, because it does say here within 48 hours.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know how else, I mean, I
When
don't,
the city was trying to pass the bond for 60 million, they sent out flyers that were.
yeah, gigantic.
Yeah.
Educational flyers.
I'm just stating they were talking about the bond and what the pros and the cons were.
Yep.
And then I went back because they were only in English, not in Spanish and Creole. But we do have a way to educate voters
Right.
on what's coming up on the ballot.
Right.
Right, well, I hope we're-
Here's what it says, here's what it really means in layman terms,
We
right?
have to do that, I think.
I
Not,
think
not
we
just for
will.
this one, but for some of the others,
Yep.
yeah.
So I do,
Are we okay with this one?
Yeah,
yeah, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second
second.
by Commissioner Stokes, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. 2021-22, changing the ballot language to change for single member district voting with the mayor remaining at large. Do I have any questions? Do we have discussion or
Do we need to read it?
we need to read the ordinance? Yes.
Ordinance 2021-22, the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum on the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8, 2022, as to whether section 1 of Article 3 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide for single member district voting, wherein each commissioner shall be elected by the electors residing in the own district, and with the mayor continuing elected by the electors of the city at large. Prior for notice, advertising of the referendum, prior for referendum canvassing, prior to severability, application, appeal of all conflicting ordinances, and effective date.
Shall the Lake
I
Worth Beach, can you read it?
I see some lights on, so. Commissioner Stokes?
So we can never like define certain, I mean, I never heard the term single member district voting until recently. And
But it explains it.
does it have to do it all in one long sentence?
You have to ask a sentence that ends in a question mark. So it's
You
always-
can't make a statement, it has to be a
It has to
question.
be a question, because there's always a yes or a no at the end.
Right.
So you generally start these with shall, blah, 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 happens, and then yes or no. And generally starts with the shall the city of
Mhm.
Worth Beach amend its charter to, where it's amending the charter, because people really want to drill down and say, okay, where is this being amended? So at Article 3, Section 1. So you just burned up 10 or 11 words.
Right.
Yeah.
Could we put,
Get anywhere.
could we put elected by the voters residing? Does it have to say elected by the electors?
Say voters.
That just seems weird to me. I mean,
I agree with.
if we could put voters elected by the voters residing in his or her own district,
And I think we can still read it the way it is.
and with the mayor continuing to be elected by the voters of the city at large.
That helps a lot.
The electors are like, that's just, that's weird.
Yeah.
It's too,
That's too orderly.
it's too boring.
Darn it, Glenn.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you want to say voters or qualified voters?
Voters are.
Because you can't vote if you're not qualified.
Voters, we don't need.
Stop adding all these words, Glenn.
Um,
I thought a little legalese in there.
You gotta try. You gotta try.
Qualified, that's a whole R versus D versus I versus Bernie Sanders case. Let's have a
Okay.
conversation.
All right,
I have a question, and I'm very torn on this, and I've thought about it a fair amount, and I totally get the intent of trying to have more of the city vote and more even representation of voters throughout the city. And I totally approve of that. The negative, that's the positive side. The negative side is, I understand, I have the concern, and I've been told that this is a national level concern about single district. What do we call them, single voter district, single district voter, whatever that's called. That you have a tendency for the commissioners then to become more parochial.
Thank you.
And the specific, I think I've mentioned it before, the specific experience that I've had is that I certainly learned a lot knocking on doors throughout the city. And I think, and I feel like we all agree here that once you're elected, you're looking out for the interest of the whole city.
Should be.
Your process of getting elected is much more parochial if you do that. And I've been told that one solution that national level organizations that think about these things and have looked into it, they suggest, well, to hedge those two competing concerns, add a few more at-large members and do that. And I understand that was thought about on the, I think I understand that the Charter Commission thought about it, but I don't think it got off the ground. I don't have an answer. Those to me are valid concerns. And I wonder what other people think.
This is what the charter review team has recommended.
Right.
This is what we're talking about in voting.
wonder what the
You're
voters think.
expanding the commission,
And
it's all
and it's
different.
up to the voters to make the decision if they want to vote for it or not.
Is there room to put some language that says, commission will be elected by the electorate, but represent the entire city? Or continue to represent the entire city?
Sure. I think that, I like that.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
that's clear in there.
Yeah, because that's what it says.
After residing as our own district and will continue
However, we'll continue or.
to represent the entire city.
Right.
Parochial is not
Just a
good.
historical note, I mean, the county commissions used to be elected at large.
Right.
And then they changed 20 some odd years ago to the single member districts
Mhm.
and expanded. They had 5 commissioners, but the county had expanded.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
your discussion has been going on for as long as I can remember,
Yeah.
which is the best way to do this.
Right.
And I don't know that there's a single answer, but
He's a jerk, but he's our jerk. I mean,
Ouch.
no, I mean,
Okay, so it's, I'm gonna go home. We all want to go home. Have we talked this enough? We're gonna add the language, continue to serve at large, or however that works.
Continue to represent the entire city.
Right. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? By Commissioner Stokes. All in favor? Aye. Okey-doke. Now
I'm
we
sorry,
are.
who made the motion? I zoned out for a minute.
Commissioner Malega.
and then Stokes.
Sorry, Ramsey
I
Stevens was
love
just
that. I
texting
love
me
this.
if we needed him.
No
for
more
tonight.
spacing out.
Commissioner Maliga, I love your
Okay,
honesty.
Yeah, Ramsey Stevens want to know if he's needed anymore tonight.
No, he can stay home. He's home. He doesn't have to go home. He can stay home. And thank him for his
Yes,
late night consultation.
the whole committee.
And I just want to say, I got a text from Carmen.
oh, cool.
Yeah, and she said, this is often, I want to thank you and the commissioners for your vote of confidence. I'm excited to work with each of you and the community. And I wrote back, we are excited to get here.
And then we need to educate her on sunshine law because that's your personal phone.
Shut up. Hey.
What else?
Okay, 2021, 23, ballot language for changing the stipulation regarding the number of votes needed for a candidate to be duly elected.
So 2021-23 of the city of Lake Forest Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Forest Beach to be held on March 8, 2022, as to whether section 4 of Article 5 of the city of Lake Forest Beach charter shall be amended to provide that the candidate receive a plurality of the votes cast at an election between 40% of the votes cast plus 1 vote or more will be declared to be duly elected. Running for notice, advertising of the referendum, running for referendum canvassing, for acceptability, codification, repeal of all conflicting ordinances and effective date.
Okay.
My only concern on this one is if you only have like 90 people who vote for one seat, let's just say, that, and you have 3 people running, like, the numbers are just,
Ridiculous small.
the margins are like, can be so,
This is of the most of them, this is the one that troubles me the most. It really does.
Yeah,
I just can't wrap my head around 40 plus 1.
Instead of 50 plus 1.
It's currently 50.
It's
Yeah.
really 50 plus 1.
Do you have any advice from other cities? Do you know of anything from other cities?
Those do the 50% for that same.
Let's leave it at that.
So if you want a winner, you want somebody that's.
Oh,
won the
yeah.
contest, you know, and I understand from the charter review committee, you know, the cost to the city of having runoff elections.
It's
Exhibit A. right?
But you can concede now.
29.2.
If it passes.
Right, I
Passes.
know.
Right, you get, but I know it came from charter review committee, but again, you ultimately can say.
We are the ones that decide.
I just don't,
This one bothers me.
It's a hard one, and they had a hard time with it. They were 30%, 35%, 40%.
Yeah, I mean, it's very arbitrary.
45%, you know, is it 50%? I mean, it did help a little bit with the runoffs by the conceding part.
Right.
But, and again, you know, we all, Commissioner Robinson, is the prime exhibit, because when this happened in the last race, you were 49 point something, right?
and that was an example of the commission, not the voters.
What's it? Say what? I didn't hear what you muttered, Herman.
He's sleeping.
Oh.
I didn't need to repeat.
He's crying.
I had been off also. I don't remember what the numbers were. I have no idea.
That's right.
I
Right.
don't remember what they were, but I think I do get the idea of being sympathetic to the city because it's not an insignificant cost. It's at least 25 and it seems like I've heard a number of 40, but I don't know. The city-
45,000, Commissioner.
Okay,
25,000.
So get rid of the 40. But
Get rid of the
40% certainly seems too low to me. I think it ought to be higher. If you're gonna move off to 50, don't move that far off.
Yeah, I see our interim city manager's light is on and wants to add to the conversation.
Madam Mayor, let me add a non-voting perspective.
Please do.
When it comes to the budget for paying for runoff elections, the way I see it, it's just the cost of what we do. I think at times it's just part of, there's things that we do and things that get budgeted and runoff elections just keep getting budgeted. To help simplify the conversation between the 40+1 and 50+1, which the majority out there is 50+1, as the attorney stated. So, but just humble opinion, the budgeting of runoffs is
not the.
It's what we do. We're a municipality. It's part of democracy and
Democracy is messy and expensive.
and there's a cost to doing it. And there's things we do every day that are just part of what we do.
And I just feel like sometimes I got a runoff, like if my person didn't win, and if I get a chance to vote for somebody else, that my vote could change the trajectory of who's gonna win if it's not that 40+1.
Right, and I would love to see us come back and put something on the ballot maybe in the future about ranked choice
Ranked
voting,
choice,
because
yes.
then
We can't do
if
that
we
yet.
vote, we can't do it because they're not certifying the types of machines we need or some technical stuff, in my understanding, but if we vote for it, I have mixed feelings about it. If we voted for it, then once it's available, it's automatically in, but then I would hate for the voters to vote for something and think that it got through and then it's not, but
That was one of the most confusing
I'm
sentences
sorry.
you've ever said.
It's after 10, nothing ever good happens.
Either I'm getting really tired or that
Some
was.
other cities have voted it for it because they think if a lot of municipalities vote and say, you know, we have instituted ranked choice voting, then the state will have to kind of make it work.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, and I've learned a little, ranked voting is kind of the same thing what you're talking about. If my guy doesn't win, I might want to reconsider my second
Right.
choice rather than just go to the second
But you don't have
choice.
to go back to the ballot because you're doing it that, like, right now, I'm like,
Okay, but let's not talk about that. because We're not-
It's
we're not there. What?
A real life example.
A real life example?
Congress,
Yeah.
House of Hastings seat,
Mhm.
the person that got the Democratic primary had 30% of the vote.
Who is it?
Sheila Sharpless McCormick.
So she got the,
She got 30%.
Sheila Sharif.
and that's enough?
That was way ahead of anybody else. There was 11%, 13%, 6%, 1%.
But it's not, it's enough to get her to the,
Enough to get her to the general.
it's just a majority.
The majority vote for the
This one
general.
was winner take all with the majority.
Oh,
Without the 40% threshold, without the 50%. Now, again, if this was Newport Beach, the top two vote getters would have gone into a runoff. It would have been.
We've had 4 candidates.
And somebody, Barbara Sharif, got 18 point something percent. But when you have 11 people running,
how did Mr. Hardy do?
he had 13%.
So that lady is going on.
Yes.
Because it's a strict majority.
I think we should either pull this,
Yep.
change the number greatly.
What would you like to do?
I make a motion to pull it. That's my thought.
And leave it at 50%.
Yes, sir. 50
Leave it the way it is.
I'm good with that.
Okay, is that a motion, a second?
Motion,
Second?
yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Because it's late.
Yeah, no, not
No,
because
it's not because it's late. It's just,
I don't like it. It's just, it's not,
especially like if the runoff conceding passes.
right, then you can be the gentleman and say, you take it. All right, where are we now?
Last one,
Last-
right?
yes. Ordinance of 20 2021-24, ballot language regarding the filling.
Three.
I'm reading 24.
22, just said no on the 40%.
Yes, you're
It
right.
was 23, now we're on 24. It's okay. I like it when other people make mistakes.
Ordinance 2021-24.
Stick around, I make a lot of them.
Order calling for referendum to qualify electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8, 2022. As for the section 5 of Article 3 of the City of Lake Worth Beach Charter shall be amended to provide that a vacancy on the city commission when there are less than 6 months remaining in the unexpired term or less than 6 months for the next regular city election shall be filled by the remaining members no later than 24 hours prior to the opening of the qualifying period. Provide for notice and advertising of the referendum, provide for referendum canvassing, provide for severability, codification, repeal of conflicting laws, and an effective date.
And this one did not come from the.
This came from us.
review. This came from us, correct?
Right. What happens if it's more than 6 months?
That's already in the charter.
We have to have a special election.
Okay, thanks, I just forgot.
And it is late, so my.
Go ahead.
It's fuzzier.
Go ahead.
Why so late to the 24 hour? Why that close?
Right.
Is there any reason to not do it earlier, further earlier? I don't think that's English, but you get what I mean. Is there any reason why we let the commission wait that long? Why not have them do it sooner than that?
Well, one thing I would say is what if somebody gets hit by a bus 3 days before?
They got
I
bad.
would rather, this is part of the advanced planning, I guess, huh?
I mean, good question. If it's 2 weeks and 48 hours before, a week before, in that week, something happens to one of the people. I don't know.
I can't even think about it.
I can't even think about
I have no
it.
idea what to think.
And you had to bring it up.
Well,
Because
I
that's
just
just
wondered.
the big guy you are. No, it's a good question, 24 hours. I don't know. Does it matter? It's just before the,
It certainly
I mean,
needs
the
to be
point
before.
was
We all agree
before
on
the
that.
qualifying opened.
Is there a disadvantage to making a bit further? I don't know. I
Well, you
don't.
just never know when the person's,
Yeah.
well, you never know when the opening is gonna occur. If
Exactly.
it happens more than 6 months before the election.
You're gonna have a special election,
So how many months is it between qualifying and the election? 4 months?
something like that.
So really, it's only that 2 months from, is it 6 months before the election?
Yes, and the qualifying, I think, is 95 days.
Yeah, it's
before
not
the election.
Yeah, so we're talking about a
Coming up.
2-month period that somebody resigns or is not there.
It's
So-
hit by bus.
Because, yeah. So in that 2 months, the commission has 2 months or, before qualifying to find somebody and appoint them. If they don't, okay, well, we'll let the voters decide. I think it's such a small window. It's such a weird thing that happened before.
It has happened. So
So the 24 hours, we're okay with it?
I'm okay with it because it's before the, I mean, that was the whole point is, they waited till the end, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Wait,
After you vote, this is related but not to your vote.
and I've not asked for any public comments on this, Madam Clerk. Have there been any public comments on any of these things?
No, I would have piped up.
I thought you would have, but I'm just checking. We're all getting a little tired. Okay, so, one,
No, go ahead and vote. I didn't
Oh.
want to miss your.
okay. Did I have a motion in a second?
A motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
Okay, that was by Stokes and McBoy. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Now, Mr. Rubes wants.
Madam Mayor, really quick, I just need a little bit of clarity on the expectation, the amount of expectation for how much educational material, education effort on ballot. Because, it can get very costly with printing materials and are we talking core class signs? Are we just talking very basic stuff, mailers, tri-language? I mean, it can get out of control really quick and, those funds were not earmarked in the current operating budget, so we'd have to bring something back or shuffle, we'd figure out a way, but I just want to get some clarity on what exactly is the expectation and the level of effort.
I would, yeah,
Put out there.
let me hear from the commission.
And just one clarifying point, the bond was one ballot issue.
Yeah,
This is 6 or 7.
right.
So that essentially, when you're designing something, could be 6, 7 different mailers. It could get complicated. really
Go down
fast.
to 4, because it's only one.
Four. To figure maybe 4 times the cost, because
Why can't we put them all on one?
it would, again, from a design component, trying to read it, do you want me to go bilingual,
Couple,
trilingual? It gets out of hand really fast, just from a practical standpoint.
okay, here's.
Supervisor election though is responsible for some.
What?
Again, locally, we're able to educate the public on the ballot issues. We can use our normal platforms that we have available at no cost. Then there's the other level of print material, there's little yard signs and there's ads in the paper. It can go,
Can you bring us back some estimates so that we know how to decide? I mean, when the supervisor election mails out the sample ballots, if we could time it, if we were going to do mailers, if we could time it to where they happen, you get your sample ballot and it's like, what does this stuff mean? It's like, oh, I have a thing right here explaining it to me.
The timing is good, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but how much will that cost if we want to mail to every single registered voter?
Could it be,
We just-
is it allowed to, when the supervisor election mails out the sample ballot, because that is a very good time you look at it.
Right.
Yeah.
You put an insert with that.
No.
no.
I don't even think it's, I don't think that she's allowed to.
Right.
Right.
So
No, I think that
Yeah.
there's
Okay.
there's,
can we?
Actually,
rely on that and spend
We'd be
enough?
running on our own, trying to time it with her office.
Right.
The question is, are we looking at single language, dual language,
I think we have
trilingual?
to at least,
Well, again, these design costs, because again, we don't do this stuff in-house. I don't have a print shop. It's all got to get farmed out, and then it gets complicated with the number of wording, because you don't want to overcrowd a flyer, because then it gets lost in translation.
right, all good points.
yeah, I mean, if we did one multi-page, mailing out, or one giant one that went out last time, and then refer people to the city website. I mean, most people have the access to the city website. So they can, so if they put the flyer down and the dog eats it, it's still available. I think we can reach out to the neighborhood associations and ask them to spread the word. a
Legal
little.
women voters, I mean,
Yeah.
we've got, what if we did don't shoot me. What if we did one of those QR codes on there where people could scan it and then they could watch a video on YouTube talking about each one of them and what each thing on the ballot means?
Got to create the video, 3
I
languages.
am,
But yes, those are
I'm just
all
stating,
possibilities.
I mean, instead of us worrying about so much about,
Printed,
you would put it on what is that thing, the utility bill
right,
with a separate insert where it's colorful and people will read it.
yeah,
And they could scan the QR code.
yeah,
And then, I mean, we could use the Creole radio station, I could go
Yeah.
on there and, I mean, obviously we have outlets.
mhm,
Again, that's a full blown, that's a campaign effort with no campaign staff.
Every time I go to a restaurant where you have to scan a QR code to get the menu, everybody that's with me complains.
Yeah.
And they're like, I just want my favorite menu, and there's a technology barrier there for, and there's an access issue there of how many people actually use that. I think it's.
I mean,
a
people have,
supplemental,
everybody,
It's an extra, I get it's an extra
most people
thing.
have a
Everybody.
smartphone.
They do have cell,
Has
but
cell
I hear
phones.
what Commissioner Stokes says, that for some reason, people don't like the QR.
So put it on the
I like
website, so
technology.
make it really
Cool, but-
easy, accessible on the website, look on your cell phone, I mean, everybody's got, not everybody, but most people now. No matter what their background is, have a cell
But
phone.
I think that's true, but do they go to websites? Like, do we have any statistics on?
Let me back up. Here's what we can do at minimal cost, minimal staff effort is the website, obviously, using our social media platforms to drive traffic to the website. We could do our city newsletter. We could have literally our city newsletter that goes out by e-blast or by paper in the utility and do a dedicated utility insert, say in the month of February ahead. So maybe nothing else is on that newsletter, but just 3 languages.
Yeah.
Ballot, vote, something
I'd
like
say
that.
January.
For January.
Vote, they vote, they.
And again, and so that means we gotta have that ready in December.
Right, we could put it on the flashing icon things out
Right.
front.
Right, so I gotta get with Ben and figure out the mailing schedule, but that probably means December, like having that ready by the middle of this month to get ready to print to go for the mailer.
I would say focus your most on if we can do a short summary of each, because people don't want to read a lot anyways.
Right.
So if we could do a short summary of the four on the mailer, and then for more information, you can go to the website. And
Right.
then if the website isn't 100% perfect in time, you can always update it. Yeah, but the mailer, we need to make sure that that's set. 'Cause once that goes out, that's out.
And just real, I mean, it's real simple. This is what this means. This is where it doesn't have to be, it should be short.
If it's
Short.
long,
And the reason it's
They don't
important
read it, right?
is we have to get everyone to go out and vote.
Mhm.
Even the people who, I'm not gonna vote, no, you need to go vote. There's important questions on this ballot pertaining to your city. You need to go vote.
That's difficult, but it's a good goal, certainly.
And we'll do our normal elections promotion.
Stuff anyway.
Yard signs, get out and vote and exercise your right kind of stuff, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page as far as the expectation of the extra effort for the ballot.
It is, yeah, it is an effort. Also, it sounds easy to do the explanatory language, but I think it might be a good idea for it to come to us to look at, make
Yeah.
sure that we, yes, that seems like because you want it to be pretty neutral. You want
It has to be.
It's got to be very neutral, but it's got to be clear, and that's not so easy necessarily.
We'll have Glenn do it.
Well, I gotta,
No,
let me just, we need to be clear on
I don't
creating.
know if he knows how to do it.
Let's talk about timelines, all right, because you have to vote, you gotta make a final vote November 16th. Okay, so I've missed the whole month of November for production. To get to the newsletter for January insert, those things are already done. So I gotta go
Well,
look,
what do we have to wait for November 16th to vote on?
what's
The term limit one?
I need to finalize the language here, so I can't design and go off the design based on tonight's meeting, because you're gonna go and edit
We can
based
do
on
it
tonight's
now.
feedback.
I think you can get,
Right, so
somebody can get started on the explanatory.
here's what I was going to, bring an item back for a commission meeting to get more clarification
Right.
on promotional material is time consuming.
Can't we just each look at it and edit it and give it back?
I think we should leave it to legal and staff and let them, I mean, we know what laws have to be abided by. You can't sway the vote one way or the other. This is just an
Right.
informational, here's what's
So
on the
you're a
ballot.
Campaign expert now. Elected.
Well, we're not gonna change the ballot language from what gets
No, it's just how do you-
16.
Exactly.
No,
No,
I know
what
that.
I'm saying is just to explain it.
Right,
It's-
and we can also, if somebody feels compelled, you can send them a Glenn and Juan, go ahead, this is what I think it should say.
I would love to see a copy of the draft. No where-ins. No where-ins. None of that.
I want 6 whereas. He's in 0.
I mean, it's just, I'm assuming you're all gonna want the actual ballot question of each.
Yes,
This means
here's the
that would
question.
happen.
Here's what it
The
means.
ballot question, here's the explanation.
Right. Yeah, just in 25 words or less.
Yeah.
So literally,
It's gotta be concise.
okay.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
believe the supervisor of elections sends out sample ballots for municipal elections.
Oh, really?
Ooh,
Oh, well then.
yeah, we were kind of.
I will certainly call tomorrow and find out. It might be that somebody has to request it, but
Okay.
I'm not sure if they do it because there are 39 municipalities.
Mhm.
Not that all of them are having elections, but
Any
they
question,
already are.
any question of response in the voting level as being acceptable level of changing our charter?
What?
In other words, if 7% of the eligible voters vote.
Do we go with that or do we?
Is that
say-
I think so. I mean, I think if we can't get people's butts out to vote, then that's our problem.
I'm just saying, it's scary.
Have we ever
I
had
think it's-
700 people vote?
Democracy is scary.
Have we ever had 700 people vote? I think the lowest is like 2,300.
No.
Yeah, it's terrible.
The good part is there will be 2 candidates running, so that could
Right.
get some more people
Yeah.
out. Because I think if it was just the ballot items, it could easily be
Yeah.
700 people.
Right.
And then the question is very valid. Do you want to change the charter on a very small percentage of the population.
And I think it's a comment about us to reach out to our constituents on Facebook and whatever we do. All right, so enough chit chat. City attorney's report. Do you have one? Thank you. City manager's report.
Yes, I'll keep it brief. I have two things. The elevator at City Hall for the public that's listening and you guys as well, from November 8th to the 16th, the elevator will be down, being upgraded.
Long time.
So if
Okay.
anyone needs
They're
assistance,
putting a new one in.
we're upgrading the old one, whole new retrofit. So it'll be back November 17th, barring on wood, no delays. And then another reminder that on November 10th will be the first pre-agenda meeting with you guys at 9 a.m. That meeting will be available and to be viewed by the public via Zoom and YouTube. It'll be an exact replica of, our normal commission meetings and work sessions. As of right now, Madam Mayor, unless at your privilege, we put in the press release that was issued, no public comment. It's really a discussion amongst yourselves.
Yes, that's
Public's welcome to listen in.
just us talking, yeah.
We only have an hour, we can't
Yeah.
let half an hour go by.
Yeah.
So it'll be the 2nd and 4th unless it falls on some holiday.
Okay.
And, we'll try it out and see how it goes.
And that was consensus, having a separate meeting was consensus versus an hour before.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, so it's the second and fourth Wednesday?
Yeah, so it'll be an
Every month.
off week of a regular commission meeting.
The off week. Right?
Yeah.
And
And it doesn't impact our ability to get the agenda books made without messing with the schedule that's in place.
At 9 o'clock.
I will be in the
9
big
a.m.
hat every Wednesday, just so you know.
1 hour.
Baseball hat.
Well, I didn't know what you said.
So I'll be in a baseball hat, 9 a.m.
Oh, I know, I'm not a morning girl either, but Zoom.
You can.
You just said it's going to be here.
That's what I can't believe.
do we have a feeling?
That
I mean,
everybody chose a morning meeting versus an hour.
I never chose, I went along with the masses, trust me.
Yeah,
I was not choosing a 9 a.m. meeting.
Everyone was flexible.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, we'll change it, right? We're just trying to get something going.
Yeah, I mean, because it did, and I was originally doing the, just before the meeting, but there is something to be said for that's a long. So we can.
Let's try it and see how it goes.
Let's
And
try and
do we
see.
have a sense we would prefer to do it in person? Are we sort of okay with Zoom?
I'm much better with Zoom, actually, at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I can turn my video on.
If we have 3-2 vote to have it an hour before a regular meeting.
We didn't have a vote.
I don't think we voted. I think we
There
just.
wasn't a
That's my question is Sarah or Commissioner Malega that doesn't prefer a morning meeting?
Commissioner Malega has 2 full-time day jobs.
Yeah, and the mayor would rather.
We all do. I mean,
That's what I'm,
So
yeah, we all.
not all of us, most of us.
Well, yeah.
I think out of all respect for Juan, who has put in a lot of effort to organize.
Yes, he has.
Why don't we try it at this time before we?
Why don't we, if it's okay, let's have the November 10th meeting, because we still need to identify a framework.
How are we gonna?
Okay, what exactly we want to get out of those meetings.
Yeah.
And you
Okay,
think they're only gonna last an hour?
well, there's a lot to say about process and efficiency.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
To eliminate these nights.
Right.
Okay,
And then at that day, we can talk about, again, if you want to change it, then we'll change it. If you want to go to Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, but remember, looking at the entire landscape of meetings, P and Z, HRPV.
Right, it's all.
Time effort, your time effort and trying to schedule everything is like literally whack-a-mole. So off week, second Wednesday mornings, literally was in the middle.
Right.
That was a scientific approach to it.
And
In the
can we-
middle, and it wasn't on a commission week.
How do we feel about Zoom? Can we have consensus on Zoom?
I'm okay with the Zoom.
That's 3 in person.
I think it's a work session and it's a public meeting in a.
You have to have 3 in person?
3 in person.
that's what we
Draw
said.
straws, who's up for coming down?
So who wants to feed my dogs, my cats and my birds?
Now, Christie, I'm not an attorney, just play one on TV, but I think I've asked Christie Gatto, our other attorney, and I think you can Zoom. I think there's clarification on that. I think during the pandemic, there was that kind of three must be,
Then the governor rescinded that.
Good old discount.
So we'll get clarification, just to be sure, but I want to say you could go Zoom, right, Melissa?
Yes, yes, what City Attorney Guttow said is because it's a work session and no actual action is taken, there won't be any motions or voting on things. It'll just be deciding things to come on future agendas that it could be via Zoom.
If we get challenged, we change it.
God bless her
I
heart.
mean, the concern is just exactly that. You're not making decisions, but you're deciding the direction.
We are kind of making sense.
You're making decisions.
Yeah.
It's the whole purpose. of a meeting.
Remember, it's about getting consensus for agenda items and when to schedule conversations. It's really the gist.
That's a
of why.
decision.
You know, and it's to give staff direction on how to go forward with building and putting together an agenda.
Mhm.
So we don't have, just random commissioner add-ons,
Right.
in certain times of the month, so we can develop a work plan for the year, have time to prepare, we want to talk about this issue in March. I have this idea, can I get consensus? No, table, and we move on.
It's consensus.
It's about process improvement, and it's been talked about for years. Let's just take the first step and we'll adjust the course if need be.
Okay, so if we can, I'm happy. 9 o'clock is
Zoom time.
Zoom time. Even 8:45 starts.
10 o'clock. It's Zoom.
If it was me being in, but that's okay.
And again, we're open to the time.
Yeah. But 9 o'clock, I mean, if it can be Zoom.
And it has to be an hour though, because I'm gonna state this for my own personal. I run two businesses that I have to have a tight schedule. I've been extremely flexible since day one I'm on the dais. Tuesdays and Thursdays are my city holiday. I cannot say I'm gonna be here from 9 to 10 and then the meeting runs till 11:45 because people want to beat a dead horse. I'm literally gonna get up and leave. I just want that to know. It's gonna be 10 o'clock and I gotta go.
I mean, yes, my life is as scheduled as it can.
I'm just
possibly be
speaking
as
for
well.
myself, that I don't want to seem rude, but if that is my business day, if I say I gotta go at 10, I don't want to be here till
I don't, maybe,
10:30.
I mean, I don't have the luxury of 2 days at City Hall, which is, I would love to have that kind of time, but let's try to keep it to an hour.
Yes.
So come prepared, okay? This is our homework, is come prepared. Come with your ideas and present them and take it from there.
And if this is agenda review where we're asking staff questions in reflection of the agenda as well?
No.
No.
I mean, but again, this is why we need to have this initial framework. What do you want to get out of it? If you're asking me.
I'm thinking
more about
perspective.
Correct, looking forward, talking about policy items or conversations. When do you want to talk about them? Is there consensus to even talk about it as a group?
Okay.
Okay, and then when do you want to have it put on?
We're
an
gonna
agenda?
have our one-on-one reviews.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and the agenda process hasn't
Yeah.
changed. It gets created, but it helps
No.
reduce, I have this idea of.
Agenda Review, so to me, I'm like, how are we gonna review this and ask staff questions?
No, and understand that because let's say we meet on the 10th, doesn't mean you get an item, you get consensus on the 16th.
Right.
You may agree to talk about an item that gets consensus in February.
And it might be just, is there consensus to even bring it up? Is this
Correct.
what we want to do?
Understood.
And I know that there's been some questions about the types of data and information that we're requesting in order to want to make good decisions. So I feel like it won't just seem like, oh, this one commissioner is trying to take up 5 hours of staff's time by, I
Yeah.
can come up and say, hey, don't you think this would be something valuable for us to
I
know? And
agree.
then we can all say, no, that's too much time, or
Yeah.
heck, yeah, that we need to know
I
that.
agree with that. I think that's a good use of our
Yeah.
time as well.
And after
If we do it well, we should
meetings, we can
realize
sunset.
process improvement fairly quickly.
Yeah, and staff, and taking staff into consideration. They all have jobs to do.
Motion to adjourn.
Are you done?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
This was brief.
We have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This place cleans out, like.